You heard me? What's good? It's probably time to promote Saturn Soul again. Hello everyone. New true crime video. New Saturn Soul video, guys. Go check it out. We're getting better. It's getting more dark and gruesome. Who is ready to get rowdy? Hello, friends. Joel, my day was almost ruined, but then I had some food and felt like everything was right in the world again. How was your day almost ruined? Because they burnt your grilled cheese sandwich. And then Grandma made it right. Hey Arnold was on the TV and everything was A-okay. Oh man, how are you guys? How was your... what even day is it? Wednesday? How was your whole half of your week? We are at hump day, where you just start humping the air, doing whatever the fuck you want to it. I made it back. Let's talk about quantum reality. It's been too long. Good question. Let's see if there's been any updates in the realm of quantum reality. Alright, so one of the biggest themes this year has been creating quantum effects in increasingly large systems. Researchers continue to demonstrate entanglement in larger collections of atoms, longer-lived superpositions, improved quantum error correction that keeps fragile quantum states alive much longer. This matters because every increase in scale lets physicists test whether quantum mechanics eventually break for large objects, or whether it really applies universally. So far, nature keeps siding with standard quantum mechanics. 2. Time may be an emergent property. One fascinating experiment built with what researchers describe as a miniature universe using an ultra-cold Bose-Einstein condensate. Instead of measuring time with an external clock, they created an internal clock based on entropy changes inside the isolated system. Within that system, time could effectively speed up, slow down, or stop, without reference to laboratory time. This doesn't mean scientists can stop time. It supports a long-standing idea in quantum gravity that time itself might emerge from relationships between parts of a system rather than existing as a fundamental ingredient of reality. I've said that forever. Like, I never quite understood, like, why the hell they think just because you're moving at the speed of light away from the Earth, somehow the period of time that passes on your biological matter, which is just entropy, right? Or a continual release of, like, periodic energy. I don't know. Just seems very strange. Do you think there's a multiverse, like an infinite one? If you do, is that haunting to think about? I guess it is kind of a little bit, but I suppose it doesn't really concern yourself as much as how many grains of sand are in the sea or on the beach. It's like you're never going to count them anyways, so trying to contemplate them just doesn't really matter, and even knowing about contemplating it doesn't matter. What's up, Finksy? What's up, everybody? How's everybody doing? Pretty late upload schedule. Oh yeah, for the stream we're a little bit late right now. I'm going to be driving through Pennsylvania tomorrow. I'll be traveling from Delaware up to Bradford. I'll be waving at every house I travel. So if you're home between 6 a.m. to 2 p.m., look for the waving. I will keep an eye out. Make sure you honk your horn at every house, if you can. I went to the gas station for a Slurpee, and they didn't have my favorite flavor. I decided on a soda. The flavor wasn't working. Dude, I went to this Chinese restaurant the other day. It's absolute fucking dog shit. They gave me flat soda, and then I was just like pissed because like every time I go to eat at this place, like when you order there, the food is fucking fire. It's straight up schmoke. It's straight up General Chen's, most elite warriors making the food. But when it comes to service, it's like they've never been a server Like, the concept of serving in the restaurant is just like an absolute foreign concept, where somebody walks in, you seat them, then you say hello, and then you see if they want a drink, and then you ask if they're ready to order, and if not, you're like, I'll be back, and with your drinks or any appetizers. There's like a fucking system to it, but this place does not have it. Anyways, flat fucking soda, goddamn flat soda. I go up there, I grab a Diet Coke out of the freezer they have up there, ask if I can grab one. They said, sure. I grab the two ones I grabbed, both were flat, and I looked, and they were fucking expired. They had expired ass soda. And then I realized, like, you know what? Why am I fucking surprised? Like, these are the places that, like, dig fucking the cooking oil out of the dumpster to, like, reuse it for people, and probably where the majority of millennials are getting their ass cancers from all the MSG shit. You know what I mean? These are the same kind of places that will, like, go to a fucking local park and, like, kidnap a duck and call it Peking, you know? You just can't trust it. It's just better to have it delivered to your door and just forget about it and just assume it's made out of fucking various homunculi. Bro, I've been listening for years. Love your voice. Thank you, Fez. Good to see you. Yeah, for anybody new to the stream, basically we're just cruising in here, letting people roll in. It's a pretty chill stream. It's not too busy. We just talk about whatever. But then I'm going to be reading and recording tomorrow's video, which is going to be about paranormal military encounters. So I'm pretty fucking stoked about this. It seems like people are kind of like all in on paranormal stories lately, so I've been looking for a lot more of them, trying to consider a lot more of them. And we got a lot on backlog that I think it's time to read. If you want a good soda, get the glass bottle ones that are made with sugar. That does sound tasty. But yeah, good to see you guys. What else is new in everybody's life? Get the food you need from a place, then get the drink from a different place. Agreed. I'm here all night to annoy you. That's okay. You are more than welcome to do so. Now a year and a half sober. Congrats, Selena. I'm honestly very happy for you. Just keep it up. Just replace those bad habits with good habits, and life will start to make a lot more sense. Find yourself something creative to do. Find yourself some fitness. Find yourself some spiritual meditation processes, whether it's prayer or whatever. You will break free of that demon alcohol or whatever it might be. What's up, Alyssa? But yeah, guys, paranormal stuff tonight. Pretty excited. Yeah, who knows what we're going to get into, honestly. That's what's exciting about it, mostly. Oh, Bomb what's up, Sampai? It's so funny, like, for some reason, YouTube thinks when people type stuff in, it's, like, spoken in, like, a foreign language. So it, like, attempts to translate it. Joe, my wife got into a minor car accident at her mom's. Thankfully, she was okay. That's good. She is no longer allowed to drive, though, unfortunately. Driving rights have been removed. The rules of the road are now pretty much whatever Syria is. Hi, Joel. Hi, everyone. Been taking it easy because I caught some kind of virus from the little grandson, so I'm mostly going to be lurking. I'll be around. Sorry to hear about that, but yeah. Had a few friends get that Taco Bell diarrhea virus as well. That shit does not seem fun. These videos have done more for my anxiety and my meds, man. God bless you. Thank you, Mercurial. God bless you, friend. I'm glad you're doing good. AI will never translate my sassy frass. Zam, what have you been playing lately? Any games? How do you feel about avoiding attachments? Let's see. We talked about those before. Can you describe avoidant attachments? I'm scared I won't be able to pay my rent for September, you guys. I'm scared. Huh. Can you get a job or something, maybe? It's your 35th anniversary. Happy anniversary to you. What are you guys doing? Alright, so, an avoidant attachment style, more precisely dismissive avoidant attachment in adults, is a pattern of relating to other people where independence feels safer than emotional dependence. It isn't simply liking alone time, rather, closeness itself can feel uncomfortable or threatening even if the person genuinely wants connection. Attachment styles develop early in life, influenced by relationships with caregivers, but they're not fixed and can change over time. Common characteristics include someone with an avoidant attachment lifestyle might value self-reliance to an unusual degree, feel uncomfortable depending on others or having others depend on them, downplay their emotional needs, pull away when relationships become more intimate or emotionally vulnerable, prefer solving problems alone, seem emotionally distant even when they care deeply, have difficulty identifying or expressing feelings, need a lot of personal space after conflict or emotional conversations. To others, they may appear confident, independent, or even aloof internally. They may simply feel safest when they aren't emotionally exposed. In romantic relationships, feeling excited at the beginning of the relationship but withdrawing once it becomes serious, needing significant time alone after emotional intimacy, feeling trapped when a partner wants more closeness, avoiding difficult conversations, minimizing conflict instead of addressing it, focusing on a partner's flaws when the relationship deepens, ending relationships rather than working through vulnerability. Carl Williamson, thank you for the 5, says, hi everyone, so glad to be here. Missed you all. Good to see you. Hope that virus figures itself out here. Take lots of garlic, I hear. This is not medical advice. 5 years, no vacation, cannot wait. I've been listening to Let's Read on my drive. Oh, dude. Finally, a vacay. Just finished Jedi Survivor. I'm starting Expedition 33. What about you, bro? Honestly, still just playing Helldivers, here and there with friends. A little bit of, I kind of, absolutely despise Hearthstone Battlegrounds just because it's just spin to win bullshit. And that's pretty much it. My new video game is, going and organizing my Pokemon card collection. What up, STJ? In other words, we've been taught we can't trust anyone. Maybe. I don't know. Sometimes I wonder with these, it's if you sit there and think about it, it's somebody comes up with, a term, right? And then they have these particular things that fit that specific term, and then suddenly becomes, law or becomes, religiously accurate, And I don't know, it kind of, the amount of trust I have in these sort of, descriptors are about 50-50, I would say, about whether or not they hold any sort of credence to the complexity of the human mind. Because, those people can change and do different things, but I think sometimes just giving people labels, saying, you know what I mean? If I met someone and they told me something I had so-and-so attachment style, I'd just be please stop. Please just stop, trying to attribute terms to my existence. I am nothing to be observed. I just sold some vintage Italian Pokemon cards. Oh, nice. What'd you get for them? Or what were they, actually? My new video game is finding gems and making jewelry. That sounds lovely, honestly, Johnny. Where do you find these gems? Had a bottle of that new Pepsi salted caramel flavor. My farts were sounding incredible afterwards and wish to share that with you all. That does sound nice. Have I seen The Odyssey? I haven't. I have about 2 friends that I trust who have seen it, and they said it was pretty okay. They're it wasn't anything like the, hysteria that certain media was Actually, real quick, this song sounds kind of sick, doesn't it? Real quick, let's just listen to this. It's kind of jungle. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Dragonite and Gengar Fossil. I got 280 for them. Oh, that's dope. Alright, I linked the playlist. Guys, I'm really stoked for this set. I love fucking paranormal shit, and I love military stuff. This is gonna make me cream my jeans. What's up, Bang? Good to see you. Guys, click like, click share. Thanks for being here. You're my only friends on earth. Just kidding. I have some other ones. Terms do get trendy, but it's more about understanding those extreme behaviors by labeling. No, I totally agree. Yeah, it's just... I don't know. It's that meme where it's like the worst person you know when they learn psychology terms. And it's just, oh yeah, I think you have... Yeah, I'm gonna have to diagnose you with big mumble-dumble disease. And yeah, most likely it's because you have an innie penis and your butthole's been spread wide open whenever you didn't even know about it when you were abducted by aliens or something. I don't know. But that's most likely you. That's why you play video games. Oh, I had no idea. Have you heard that people with ADHD have parts of their brain that don't get adequate blood flow, self-medicating with stimulants like nicotine, speed, caffeine, and cardio help? Well, I mean, the idea of like ADHD, to me, the term ADHD is more of a symptom. You know what I mean? Like, I don't look at, in the same way, I don't look at ADHD as like a complete and overarching diagnosis, because it's such a blanket term for something. Like, what, you got iPad baby brain, like, and I could totally see like getting iPad baby brain from like having fucking, you know, some issues with blood flow, which can stem from like, you know, pre-diabetic stuff, diabetic stuff, things like that, especially with like our modern diets and all that. I've been diagnosed with BCD, big chungus disease. It's incurable. The only thing that can cure it is like a big anvil falling on your head from the skyscraper. My wife and I keep seeing this shadow around the house like a person, but they're not there. That's fucking creepy. I don't think I could deal with that, honestly. At all. Dr. Pepper attachment style. Same here, bro. Dr. Pepper Zero Shug. Oh. Alright. I'm fucking stoked for this, guys. This is gonna be sick. My name's Scott. I'm a former... Oops, that didn't... My name's Scott. I'm former Navy, and I had the privilege to serve in SEAL Team 1 for a while back in the mid-2010s. I spent time in places like Afghanistan, the Horn of Africa, and the Philippines, and I walked away from each place with a whole bunch of funny, sad, and scary stories. But the one that I got for you today is from northern Iraq, particularly during the fight against ISIS and what was then officially called Operation Inherent Resolve. Ever since the sick bastards started cutting those hostages' heads off, my guys and I had been itching to take a shot at them. But we had to wait about 1.5 years to get that chance, and by then, the good guys were already starting to put the squeeze on them. ISIS was no longer threatening Baghdad, and the combination of Kurdish, Peshmerga, Meal Team 1, that's what I'm on. That's what I was on earlier, having a fucking burger with avocado and Douglas's cream on it. Wart. Alright, what is this word? Peshmerga? On my ship in the Navy, we had a morgue. Went in there one day. The guy I heard knocking from one of the lockers, the chief told me it was just a broken slide lock. It freaked me out. Yeah, I'm sure there's some creepy shit in the brig. Honestly, dude, every time I've ever met like a military guy, they like love me. Like, military dudes love me, and I don't mean like in a sexual rape type way. I mean in the sense that they just immediately recognize me as a homeboy, and I really appreciate that about them. They're just, I don't know what it is about military guys. I guess they've just been all over the place and seen a lot of shit probably, and just have to adapt to that kind of surrounding. They are the most friendly, outgoing, conversational people you can ever come across. And almost every time I interact with one who's military, you can almost immediately tell. And then it's just nice that they talk. You know what I mean? They're not like a, you know, clumped up shell of a person or whatever. They probably can tell that I'm from meal Team. They can tell I'm the Hamburglar. You and your wife got something in the air or water that make them both y'all crazy. Who are you talking about? I build ships for a living. I built one of those morgue ships. They're creepy even without the bodies. Yeah, very chilly. ISIS was no longer threatening Baghdad, and a combination of Kurdish Peshmerga. ISIS was no longer threatening Baghdad, and a combination of Kurdish Peshmerga and Arab militias were slowly forcing them back towards their regional capital, Mosul. The Caliphate's downfall was well underway, but the fanatical fighters still posed a serious threat to Iraq's people and the country's heritage. A lot of the time, that heritage came in the form of ancient places of worship, be they Christian, Jewish, or from an even older religion like Zoroastrianism. And you gotta remember that Baghdad is only 30 miles from the ruins of ancient Babylon, and that the country's modern name comes from the Sumerian city of Uruk. Joy, I love you. It's the nurse trauma and combat PTSD come together, the peanut butter and jelly. Yeah, that's probably true, yeah. Oh, dude. Oh, my God. I had to do a nurse thing today, bro. It was so sad. Okay. Actually, really sad situation. So I was, like, going to meet some friends for lunch at this diner. And, like, as soon as I get out of my car, I just hear, like, ooh, ooh, kind of, like, sound. And this was, maybe 30 yards away. And I just, as soon as I fucking heard that sound, I just like instinctually knew I'm like some fucking old person just ate shit. You know what I mean? Having worked in nursing, you just know when people like crack their head on some shit or whatever. Anyways, I look over and I can see like some old woman on the other side of a car like looking down, and I'm like, okay, I assume it's probably over there. And then I like walk over there, and like immediately as I get closer, can you help him? Can you help him? I was like, yeah, and then, and it's not the funny part, but, I mean, none of it's actually funny at all, so don't laugh. If you do, you're going to heaven. But, so I turn, and this poor dude, he's just some old-ass dude who is just laying on the ground. He's like, she parked the goddamn car in the weird spot, and then I had to, and I was like, all right, I'm going to help you up, okay? And he's like, okay. I'm like, is like anything broken? He's like, no, and then I was like, do your legs work okay? And he's like, this whole side. He must have had like some stroke at some point. He's like, it's not good. It doesn't work. And like, I thought, so funny because my friend came over with me and he didn't fucking help at all. And then, but anyways, I get like up under his arms, and I swear to God, I have to like just like straight up like just the worst deadlift fucking Zercher squat form this whole dude's body up to the side of a car, and he must have been just like 200 and some pounds of just like dead weight. I was good. I didn't hurt my back or anything, thankfully. I think I can thank the abductor machine with that. But yeah, I don't know. I felt bad because I helped him up, and he had the weirdest cane. It was like just imagine like a walker, but it's like 1/4 the size, and I think it's only for one hand. I don't know. It made no sense at all. And then I'm like, are you guys good to go? And then he was like, yeah, we're fine. But then like by the time we were inside, we could see outside, and it seemed like his wife, he was like sitting on the edge of the car, but his wife was like sitting there talking to him. And honestly, I probably should have like stuck with him for a little bit longer. Just walk by like a dead body, pick it up, and then keep going, but I probably should have waited to like call somebody for him, because it looked like it probably would have, like the fact that he was just like straight up flat on the ground. He just ate a lot of shit. Do you prefer A, salted butter, B, brown butter, garlic butter, apple butter? Honestly, tonight at this like burger place I went, they had a really delicious soft pretzel with like a sweet butter that was genuinely better than the butter you can get at Texas Roadkill House. I remember secretly listening to vids in sophomore year art class. I'm 27 now. It's crazy how many changes in my life and your podcast vids have been through with me. Love and support everything you do. Thank you. Good to see you. Thank you for sticking with me. I know I haven't tuned in for a while, loving the hot weather so much. Did you see that they found the little boy today? The little boy? What happened? Who was this little boy? How long has he been missing? What made you want to get into narrating? I just wanted to start a YouTube channel, and this just seemed to be the way to do it. Yeah, honestly, like me working out had paid off. I literally specifically worked out just so I could lift an old man's crumpled up stroke body. A lot of the time, that heritage came in the form of ancient places of worship, be they Christian, Jewish, or from even older religions like Zoroastrianism. And you gotta remember that Baghdad is only 30 miles from the ruins of ancient Babylon, and that the country's modern name comes from the Sumerian city of Uruk, which was founded 7,000 years ago. Now, all that history means a lot. Let me make sure I said this, please. Uruk. That is fucking nuts. Urukai. Uruk. Did I get the old dude's number? I did not, sadly. Dude, I really wish, like, old people were represented in, like, media way more. You know what I mean? Like, how many fucking times do we have to see, like, Tom Holland or Zen Pupa, like... And what I mean by that is, like, there's this sort of, like, worship in our society of young, attractive people. And I totally understand, like, you know, that's... But, I mean, there's not, like, this sort of reverence for, like, age or even, like, a general curiosity by the amount of, like, wisdom that sort of surrounds us and, like, older people. Now, that isn't to say that I don't come across some really, really dumb fucking old people, like, pretty often, but... At the same time, I feel like there's got to be something. Like, if we were the brain bug from Starship Troopers, we could suck something out of there. Working out for aesthetics actually sucks balls, and it's only worthwhile if you have the right soul to weaponize the body for good. Yeah, I mean, I kind of got more into the aesthetics recently, but I still do take strength pretty seriously, you know. In my city, a little boy with severe autism wandered out of his day home, and our whole city's been looking for him and was found, sadly, not alive today in a culvert under a big highway. Holy shit, I'm so sorry to hear that. Man, my one close buddy of mine, he has like a pretty severe autism son who's like 8 years old or something. And he's a sweet boy, he just like, you know, it's like that non-verbal. He's like really smart, like he knows like how to add really big numbers together, and he like taught himself how to read. And he knows where all the geographical locations of like the capitals are and all sorts of just like random like trivia stuff. But when it comes to just like basic communication and eating anything other than chicken nuggets, it's tough. So I can only imagine like if he got away, that would just be hell on earth. That's what I'm saying, more Anthony Hopkins type guys. Yeah, exactly. Like, there's just something noble. Like, there's no, you know what I mean? There's no storylines that are just, like, of noble wisdom anymore. Like, even when you look, like, what's the last movie you guys have watched where you wanted to watch it again? Like, there was something so beautiful about Gladiator 1 where it was, I don't know. It was just like, it was a man of honor, a family person, man, you know, a Family Guy, Peter Griffin, and it's just, and you could watch it many, many times over, you know, over the course of years. And now I literally don't know a single new movie that's come out where I'm like, oh, I can't wait to see. I don't even know. I literally don't even know what to reference. I can't wait to see, like, I'm not watching fucking, I mean, I watched Obsession twice just solely to have an argument about it. But I'm not, like, looking forward to watching Obsession again, you know? All that history means a lot of their... All that history means a lot of their old ruins are listed as World Heritage Sites. Then, since ISIS made a hobby out of blowing that stuff up, Command declared that any attempts to vandalize UNESCO. Can I call it UNESCO? Do you guys know if you can call it that? UNESCO? Or would you pronounce the entire acronym? Oh, you'd probably say UNESCO. Hereditary. Yeah, I might see Interstellar, The Prestige, Inception. Yeah, but those are like old, like I mean, the ones that have come out in like the past 10 years, honestly, it's just like post 2016. I don't even know. Five Nights at Freddy's, you're watching that 6 times in a row. Geography Now, woohoo! Glad to see you live streaming again. Yes, you can call it UNESCO. Thank you, Geography Now. That's awesome, bro. How are you doing? What's new? Can I look at your channel real quick? Guys, go subscribe. They are in the chat. What do we got? What's new? 12 days ago. What places never had native people? Oh, okay. Well, I guess, yeah, how would you even define what is native, honestly, since like the human population moves around so many different places? I don't even really know what the definition of said native folk would be outside of just like X amount of generations recently, you know, like a couple hundred years. I worked with severely autistic students for several years. Tough job, but very rewarding. Yeah, it is tough. Then, since ISIS made a hobby out of blowing that stuff up, Command declared that any attempts to vandalize UNESCO-designated sites, and we had the green light to go after them. And so when intel came in that a platoon-sized element of ISIS fighters was headed out into the desert, after checking a prisoner out of their Mosul jail, our collective spidey senses started tingling. There was a chance that they were about to shoot an execution video, in which case we were good to go on that too. But this was summer 2016, not summer 2014. Cutting just one person's head off wasn't shocking enough to get the whole world's attention anymore, so a telltale sign that they were about to shoot one of their snuff movies would be seeing 15 to 20 guys in orange jumpsuits, not just one. Ourselves and the Iraqis had tons of informants over Mosul. Ourselves and the Iraqis had tons of informants all over Mosul, some within the ISIS organization itself, so it was only a matter of time before we found out which prisoners their fighters were escorting. She was an Arab Christian woman named Miriam. Miriam? Let me just look it up real quick, sorry. English. Mariam. I'm just gonna say, Mariam? We'll say Mariam. Mosul. Am I saying it right? Sounds like a productive day. Who had a productive day? Misty? What? For some reason I love Five Nights at Freddy's and I wasn't even a FNAF fan prior. It just made me feel like a kid again. Oh, that sounds fun. I want to watch Gundam Hathaway 2 again. It was a super limited theater. Huh. Anybody been watching the Ghost in the Shell, like, animated series? I tried playing Roblox with my son and only lived one night before I chopped 2 trees, ate 1 carrot, and attacked by 2 wolves. I died and my son gave up on me. That's alright, you'll get better. I'm imagining you're playing that 99 Nights in the Forest game. It's pretty legitness. It's a me, Miriam. What's up, Jen? She was an Arab Christian woman named Miriam. I'm just gonna say Miriam. She was an Arab Christian woman named Miriam, who just so happened to be on the staff of the Mosul History Museum. Once we got direct confirmation that the fighters were headed to an Iraqi heritage site, it was go time. And then after loading up around dusk, we got airborne as quickly as possible. The flight took around 30 minutes, and in our 2 MHXs, or Stealth Hawks as you might know them, we were able to land within just a half a mile, confident that the enemy had no idea what was about to hit them. Now once we were touching dirt, we moved through a shallow, dry gulch until we were within maybe 200 meters, close enough to see at least 7 or 8 flatbeds parked outside the mouth of a cave. The sun sets fast in that part of the world, meaning it was almost full dark by then, and since we were headed into what looked like some kind of cave system, we pulled down our NVGs and then pushed towards its mouth. The first thing we were looking for were any sentries, but since a lot of ISIS guys weren't anything approaching professional soldiers, it didn't raise any red flags to see that they hadn't posted any. We kept on pushing forward, covering each other as we... What's up, C-Money? Wife is making mac and cheese for dinner tonight. I'm broke. That's alright. I mean, if you put a little crusty bread on the top, it'll make it seem fancy, maybe with some seasoning of sorts. Make it nice and golden brown, just like the restaurants. Can't wait to see part 2 of Hathaway's Flash. Oh yeah. Sorry. We kept on pushing forward, covering each other as we moved, and then by the time we got to the mouth of the cave, we could all smell it. It might sound like a tired cliche at this point, but blood really does have a strong coppery smell to it when it's in high enough quantities. And on those warm desert evenings, when the cold's yet to set in, you can smell that metallic stink from a long way off if the air's still and enough of it's been spilled. And in the first and largest chamber we entered, Jesus Christ, we entered it. We emptied my bladder. That's some God, dude. I just imagine like how much that would have sucked to be an old ass man and just part of your fucking like Wednesday lunch involves falling and having like a younger guy like lift your ass up. Like, I'm not a huge proponent for like the whole like assisted suicide thing, you know what I mean? But I genuinely hope that I don't have to deal with that shit, bro. But what am I listening to right now? I just found myself here. We're just recording scary stories for tomorrow's video on the channel. So welcome. There's gonna be a lot of bouncing around tonight with chit-chatting about nothing, but we're just having a good time learning about spooky things. Did you ever watch Cowboy Bebop? That show is goated to me. Yeah, Cowboy Bebop's amazing. It's been a while, but it's very good. I'm seeing my own future. It's haunting me. Yeah, well, literally I'm helping my like older self get my ass up. I'm excited for Spider-Man. I actually am seeing Spider-Man with some friends on Friday. I haven't seen the last one, but I don't know. I don't imagine you need to. Your grandpa fell, is in the hospital right now. Oh my God, I'm sorry. Will this be on the podcast? It will eventually make it to the podcast, yeah. What's up, Vince? It's gonna be super depressing, emasculating an old man. Well, yeah, it's like I wasn't trying to emasculate him, but you know, just the feeling he probably felt of falling. Do I like spicy food? Yeah. Paranoia Agent is hella good, and I've been watching it to rewatch. Oh, nice. The numbing shots were a bit rough, and I had some burning sensation when I left the office, but I just took 600 milligram ibuprofen and went away. What are you talking about again? Sorry. And in the first and largest chamber we entered, God help us, there was a lot of blood. The walls of the tunnel at the cave's entrance had been sanded smooth, possibly thousands of years before, but the inscriptions chiseled into them by long-dead hands had survived. They were incredible to witness, and for a few moments I found it truly humbling to be in the presence of something so ancient. But what lay in the center of that first chamber made me sick to my stomach. Miriam, the ISIS prisoner and former employee of the Mosul History Museum, was dead, and she appeared to have been tortured. Her hands and feet showed signs of having been stabbed repeatedly. Her shirt had been pulled up to show that she'd been gutted via a deep wound to her side, but the cause of death appeared to be partial decapitation, something which she'd left a... Sarah with the twos, I found a Cowboy Bebop t-shirt at a thrift store, $4. You should absolutely get it and absolutely wear it. Hitsubasa, welcome back for 43 months. Oh my God, please watch the last Spider-Man movie. Is it like important to the... Can you guys just spoil it for me so I don't have to think? He's doing well. He has an infection in his legs. There was a step down into another room at an Airbnb they didn't see. Fuck, dude. Guys, we gotta lift weights. If we want to avoid having strokes and heart attacks and all this kind of falls and stupid shit, everyone in here needs to start getting into resistance training as soon as fucking possible and become an absolute freak beast. right now. We must protect our land. But the cause of death appeared to be partial decapitation, something which had left a huge puddle of blood to settle and thicken on that stony ground. Someone had tried to make a spectacle of her death, clearly for the benefit of a nearby camera. But neither the executioner nor the cameraman nor any of the other ISIS fighters were anywhere to be seen. Not stationing a sentry outside was one thing, but there we were, standing right in the middle of their set, and no one had so much as given us a mean look, let alone shot at us. We figured that they were hiding down the tunnels that we could see to our left and right, but again, ISIS weren't the hiding type, so what the hell was keeping them so quiet? We split into 2 teams of 3 and then advanced down either tunnel. We expected an ambush, and the worst-case scenario of being trapped in there was a very real possibility. But within maybe a minute or 2, we reached an empty chamber at the end of the tunnel, and then got the all-clear from our buddies in the other tunnel as well. Only their chamber wasn't empty. Oh, whoops. Beefers? What's a beefer? Yoga can be a great balance and prevent falls and really great for your back too. Yeah, yoga's pretty goated. Can't wait to be a freak beast after I'm not being at my job every second I'm awake. I believe in you. I totally forgot to ask what it looked like when they removed it. What did they remove? Sorry, you don't have to share it if you don't want to. Joel, the last Spider-Man movie set up this movie, and it has villains and other Spider-Men from the other Sony movies. I'll be honest with you, I'm just going to assume that I'm going to spoil the movie for you and just assume that Spider-Man wins in the end. If I go and see Spider-Man this Friday and he dies, I will gift you guys 50 memberships. If he lives, you know the deal. Also, we're already at 400 listeners. That's pretty exciting. Thanks, guys. Only their chambers weren't empty, and I remember hearing one of them over the radio saying, "Y'all better come see this. We just found our guys." And found them. They definitely did. Because after linking up with our teammates in the other chamber, we found what must have been 20 to 25 ISIS guys, and not a single one of them was breathing. They were all spread out around the edge of the cave. A lot of them were in the fetal position, but a couple looked like they tried to burrow their way through the rock while tearing off their own fingernails in the process. That was the only time we found hot brass, as in found a place that the ISIS guys had fired their weapons. But from what we could tell, they'd either been shooting at each other, very unlikely, or they'd been shooting at someone in the center of the room in such a panicked fashion that either it hadn't occurred that they might have hit friendlies, or it seemed worth it to neutralize the threat. If that had been the case, whoever got them certainly didn't stick around until we showed up. But they did leave something behind, in the form of the damage inflicted to each ISIS fighter. And in all my life, military or not, I've never seen wounds like it. Apart from tearing off their fingernails or the occasional bullet wound from friendly fire, the fighters' limbs or torsos had next to no damage to them. But their skulls looked like they'd been shoved head first into pizza ovens for 8 hours apiece. I'm not kidding. They weren't just burnt. They were scorched, with bones so blackened that it looked a clear bump removed from my lip. Oh, that's good. I assume that's good aesthetically, right? Do you feel better about that? Marvel has been dead since Endgame, just trying to milk it for all the money. Yeah, but what about Endgame 2? Electric Boogaloo? Wait, who's the... What? I don't even know what it is that they're coming back for. Spider-Man will be back for... What's it called? Doomsday? Yeah, Doomsday. Marvel Doom's... Doom 2016. Yoga doesn't help with my spondylitis, but since my spine is fusing, it's hard to do all the moves anymore. Your spine is fusing, man, I'm sorry. I'm not kidding. They weren't just burned. They were scorched, with bones so blackened that it looked almost glassy in places. But I swear to God, from the neck down, most didn't even have so much as a single scratch on them. All 6 of us just stopped and stared at these bodies for a few seconds, all in total silence, all just letting it process, I guess. The air smelled like bad barbecue, too. No word of a lie. What does that mean? Dr. Doom should be big. Doom is the best, but they're gonna screw it up. Fuck. Vicious Frost, what's up, bro? Good to see you. How goes it? Let's read. Have you ever seen Spider-Man No Way Home? I saw Spider-Man, the one in 2019? Jesus. It's been so long. What's up, Navajo? Watched He-Man earlier and it was okay. I didn't know it was a comedy. I don't watch any previous movie. Also, I didn't realize the Anaconda movie was apparently rated R, which I thought was kind of insane. I thought the other channel was for gory horror. This gives me too much of the shivers to sleep. Put fingernails shut. Oh, sorry, yeah. Okay. The air smelled like bad barbecue, too. No word of a lie, and it was that stink of burned meat that got someone to break the silence. Not a single one of us had... For some reason this sentence seems very odd. Joe just said he didn't see No Way Home. I did. What did I see? I saw Spooderman, the one from 2019. So that was Spider-Man Far From Home. I like the first animated one with Mike Morales. Mike Wazowski Morales. I didn't see the sequel to that. I don't know. Whatever. No worries. Do you wear any of those blue light or red filter glasses? I have a thing on my computer called Flux, but I'll be honest, that I put on that turns everything orange. Actually, maybe I should turn it a little bit oranger. The most orange. Oh, jeez. I'm actually at max orange. Oh, fuck. Working late? Oh my god. I don't know. I did buy some of those glasses, though. I don't know where they're at. I thought I brought them down here. Let me find them real quick. I might have to put some more on. Scanning. Looking around. I don't even know. Okay. But no, dude, I'm not even joking. Like, my eyes are actually getting bad, and dude, I should be wearing the fucking filter glasses. I'm actually kicking myself in the ass for not wearing them, because it was only recently that I started noticing my eyes getting bad, and I'm like I'll just be looking at people from a distance and be like, what the fuck? Who the fuck is that? Okay. The air smelled like bad barbecue, too. No word of a lie, and it was that stink of burned meat that got someone to break the silence. Not a single one of us had any idea what might inflict that kind of damage, and while we didn't particularly want to stick around to find out, there were no obvious threats anywhere in the cave system. The only thing left was to call in what we'd found, set up a perimeter outside, and wait for the Kurds to show up to lock the place down and take away the bodies. I didn't get much of a look at the inscriptions on the walls on my way out. I was too busy looking at the bodies than down my rifle sights as we made our way outside. We then had to wait a couple of hours, but the Kurds showed up all right. Honestly, yes, it was a bad reminder of when I was essayed by a guy when I went on a blind date in 2015. I bit my lip when he attacked me, and it's been there ever since. Oh man, I'm sorry about that. I need blue light glasses. Yeah, I have them upstairs. Should I just go get them real quick? Will you guys not leave for... Oh, we just hit 500. Let's finish this story and I'll run up really, really quick. And you guys... Dude, how do we get to 500? This is sick, dude. Thank you guys for being here. We then had to wait a couple of hours, but the Kurds showed up all right. And as our team leader completed his handover with the guy leading them, I got talking to one of their dudes. He had to be like 50 years old because he told me he fought Saddam back in the 90s after that piece of crap started gassing them in their homes. We talked back and forth for a while and his English was pretty good, and so I took the opportunity to ask him what exactly was in that cave. The old Kurd knew the area well and told me that it was a shrine to Iana. Poop screen. Iana. Are you guys familiar with the Babylonian goddess Iana? Inanna. Sorry, Inanna. Thetan levels? My computer's Thetan levels are off they're over 9,000. Need more red light therapy, dog. What are your Thetan levels like anyway? Oh, I don't know. How do I measure my Thetan levels? Can I just like spit in a cup? Babylon Rose, welcome back for 40 months. Boom shakalaka. Thank you, friend. I set up a bot center for you. No! I don't want to be botted. I want it all organic. The old Kurd knew the area well and told me it was a shrine to Inanna, the Sumerian goddess of love who was later called Ishtar by the Babylonians. That meant it was literally thousands of years old, and there it was out there in the desert, completely unguarded, just there. We took some pictures of the bodies, which, as you can imagine, our intelligence guys were very interested in, and then after we flew back to base, debriefed and showered, it all became just another war story. See, all those burned skulls isn't even close to the weirdest story that I got from my time in the SEALs. Heck, it's not even the weirdest thing I saw in Iraq. If the cops came across that same scene back stateside, it'd be all over the news. But in Iraq, with ISIS running around chopping off heads and setting folks on fire, finding those bodies was just Tuesday, you know? I thought about it a lot after and we talked about it amongst ourselves, but the only explanation was that someone just got to them before we did. Someone who managed to burn all their skulls, and fast too, before scooting so quick that we didn't even see them from the choppers coming in. What and why weren't our business, and so we tried not to speculate too hard. And then a week later, it was on to the next thing, and then the next, and then the next, until Mosul was liberated and we could all go home. But years later, after I'd left the military, I went down a little rabbit hole reading about Inanna, and found out that she wasn't just the goddess of love. She was the goddess of a whole bunch of other stuff too, as those old pagan deities tended to be. Inanna was the goddess of fertility and political power, things that sort of line up with the whole love thing, as long, of course, as that political power is wielded benevolently. But Inanna was also the goddess of war, justice, and most pertinently, divine retribution. In the myth of Inanna and Shukuletuda, everyone here is so problematic. I never understood that term problematic. What does that mean? Like if you were running like a camp, we would be the most problematic little prisoners in that camp. These prisoners are very, very problematic. I'm gonna have to hit them over the head with a hammer. Did you ever hear about the giant the military alleged killed in the giants of... What is it again? The giants of Kandahar. The Kandahar giant is a modern military myth, an urban internet urban legend about an alleged 12 to 15 foot tall humanoid encountered in Afghanistan. It features details like red hair, 6 fingers, and an attack on U.S. soldiers. Dude, I remember hearing about this shit back in like 2011. I remember just like watching fucking YouTube videos and shit about conspiracy stuff, because they would talk about like what the hell would they talk about? They would talk about like, you know, the Native Americans in the United States, you know, landmass, like how there would be giants roaming the regions there as well, and that they would have like red hair and like 6 fingers. Do you ever hear about, yeah. At least the mods here aren't trigger happy banning any perceived problematic discussion like the days of yore. Well, I just think it's stupid. I mean, like, who's to determine what is or is not problematic? Because the only people that I've ever come across who have ever like genuinely used the term problematic are individuals who wish to like control your speech and have a very, very dictated conversation. And I don't really want you guys to feel like, you know, everything you fucking say needs to be like flagellated by some like random fucking, you know, more moral, higher moral than you dickhead, you know? Like, I'm so fucking done with all that shit, you know? I want to talk about Nephilim and weird shit and conspiracies and all sorts of insanity stuff and say whatever your truth is. I don't give a fuck, you know? The wokesters, exactly. Told there's a romantic book about a lady falling in love with a door. She fell into it. She was kissing the doorknob. Hey Chris, what's up, buddy? Yeah, but the term problematic just sounds like newspeak. You know what I mean? It just sounds like a term that was like made up specifically to just not sound like, if you really break down the exact definition, it's just like people I don't like. These people are rather problematic. Like, how did that sounds like a fucking like a German Nazi talking about like people in wheelchairs or gypsies or some shit, you know what I mean? Like, it's the same fucking thing. I drank all my water, fuck. I dated a 6'5" pure redhead. He had the perfect muscular body. That's awesome, dude. Thank you for sharing. I was told I wouldn't be banned as long as I didn't piss off the mod. I pissed off the mod. What did you do? I mean, I don't know. Sometimes the mods, are we being open-minded? I'm tired of lame people using morality as a way to somehow act superior to other people. Yeah, I mean, everyone's sick of it. And the nice thing is like everyone's like getting comfortable with just like telling those people to shush. Shut up and grow up. Holy fuck. Like, if you genuinely like have an opinion and you can't handle that opinion, like having an opposing opinion, and then have a conversation like an adult, if you can't do that, then like, I don't know, you probably have to check yourself into a clinic or something because you're just a grown child. It's a word you use when you don't have a precise word to say in it. Yeah, sorry, let's not get into that. We'll just keep going. So, anyways, let's enjoy the stories. How the hell do you say this thing? Shuka Latuda. In the myth of Inanna and Shuka Latuda, after she's violated by a man who catches her while sleeping, Inanna unleashes a series of catastrophic plagues on the land. She turned the water in wells into blood and sent violent storms across Sumeria to drive her attacker out of hiding. When she finally found him, she killed him, securing her place in Sumerian folklore as, and this might be putting it clumsily, the goddess of revenge. This meant those ISIS guys had dragged off a prisoner to a shrine revering an ancient goddess of revenge, and then somehow after torturing and killing their prisoner, they ended up fleeing in terror from something that burned their goddamned skulls to a crisp. Honestly, I'd rather hear it from you. I'd rather know what the hell you think happened in that cave that night, because personally, I can't say any of what I'm thinking out loud without feeling like I need a week in a psych ward. Even the other guys said things like, "Not my clowns, not my circus," which is probably best translated to, "Don't think about it, or it'll drive you nuts." But sometimes it's impossible not to. One time I caught myself thinking about it while grilling at a family cookout, and I think the smell might have jogged my memory or something. And then there I was, with the kids running around laughing and playing, wondering if we'd ended up playing second fiddle on something science isn't ready to explain. Do you think, I feel like maybe I should end on the previous paragraph. Hey Tawi Stawi, Antone, good to see you. Something Indiana Jones movie. Ark burning people's skulls, yeah. It does kind of feel that way. Even the other guys said things like, "Not my clowns, not my circus," which is probably best translated to, "Don't think about it, or it'll drive you nuts." But sometimes, it's impossible not to. You can't be a super pooper, you're not shitting on everything, that's me. I'm a bit of a pooper sometimes. A bit of a negative Nance. Okay. Real quick. Let me run right upstairs, grab some water, grab those glasses. I will literally be right back. Please don't leave. Okay. I got him, guys. Ladies and gentlemen, we got him. What up, Scotland? Fulkins just made things way oranger. Now my eyes will be protected from the evil demon rays of the TV screen. Joel starts the problematic discussion that's like, hey, let's stop talking about the term. Sorry, yeah, you can talk about whatever you want, I don't mind. I don't know, there's really not much else left to say. Like, you know, there's just no point in being bullied by nerds anymore, you know what I mean? Yeah, I'm out of breath. Yeah, we almost hit 600. Dude, what the fuck's going on? What the fuck's going on here? What's going on? Okay, do I want to read this one? This one? You know, probably. Formatting. Let me change the format. Alright, how was the toilet? I just wanted to get some water, get these glasses. Now we're rocking and rolling. I look like Clark Kentington. Obama. That temple was right outside of Mosul. I've been there. Yeah, did you ever see them drag anybody up there? Woohoo! Yeah, I don't even know. YouTube is smiling upon us tonight. My father passed away some months ago and left behind an unsent letter. He lived in his native Russia until he was 29. Now please don't be confused, I am French, so I've taken the time to translate it from Russian into English, and I've done this because although I've read it several times already, I cannot decide what to think about it. And perhaps you and your viewers can shed some light on it for me, beyond what I already know, and tell me if these are just the ramblings of an old drunk or an unheeded warning. 19/11/2015, November 11th. We're climbing. Carol, thank you for the 2. The butterscotch coat is the best. Yeah, thank you. God bless you. 600 sweet potatoes. Bro was in ISIS. Hey, that's where I'm from. Everybody in this chat is an ISIS member. It's like a whole new voice when you start narrating. I know, isn't it interesting? November 19th, 2015. My dearest Vika, I am writing to you from Marseille. Oh, we gotta learn some French words real quick. Sorry, fellas. So usually what I do is I go over to forvo.com. We type it in there. There's usually a person that's French, and then they tell you how to say what is it? Marseille. 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 Okay. Marseille. I'm writing to you from Marseille in France, in an apartment with a view from the old port. It reminds me of home and of you, and while there is good wine here, tonight I am in need of something stronger. You once asked me why I never write about the Navy in my letters. I avoided answering your question, and for that I am sorry, but you must understand that I do not talk about it here either, in my new life. Once or twice I have mentioned the collapse in 1991 and the chaos that followed, but I fled much earlier, and not simply for a better life, but to preserve the one that I had and still have. And so now, because we are old, I shall answer your questions so that you might understand. I was no mere sailor, my little son. I was a submariner, the pride of the Soviet Navy, and in 1988 I had the honor to serve on the Victor III, K324 to be exact. Serve on a Victor... Would that be called a Victor III? I don't even know. Let me consult with the High Council. Do you mind that most people watch your videos as background noise, or would you rather people actively listen? Oh no, I don't care. Background noise, actively listen. I need you guys to be taking notes. I actually think it's really funny, like, YouTube added the ability to add like a quiz. And I was just imagining, like, what the fuck kind of quiz questions would I even put in there? Something like, what trench coat was the guy wearing when he started jacking off on the bus? Russ actively checks channels looking for me. Who's Russ? Russell Wilson? He didn't study... Victor 3. Okay, Victor 3. That's just what it's called. Victor 3. K324. I was a submariner, the pride of the Soviet Navy, and in 1988, I had the honor to serve on a Victor 3, K324 to be exact. We were sent on what was called a routine training mission in the Barents Sea, up near the Arctic Circle, and to practice ice-breaking, diving tests, all that kind of thing. Now, our captain was Comrade Kirichenko, a good man with a steel in his... Shit, so we got... Also have to make sure my freaking nose is lined up on this shit. Okay. Routine training... Sorry, Barents Sea. I assume it's probably the same as Parents Sea. What kind of question, if you don't mind if... what kind of question is do you mind if people listen on the background? Joel would sound like a jack if he said, no, I want you to turn everything off and look. I need you guys to stare at the still frame on the screen nonstop. Barents. Okay, Barents Sea. Your struggle to make sense of words keeping me from getting sober. I'm sorry. But they are words of foreign dialect. They tickle the brain. But we are learning. Hi, Joel, listening from Raleigh, North Carolina. Love your channel. Keep up the good work. Thank you. Stay safe in Raleigh. You never know what's gonna hit you. We were sent on what was called a routine training mission in the Barents Sea, up near the Arctic Circle, to practice ice-breaking, diving tests, that kind of thing. Our captain was Comrade Kirichenko, a good man with steel in his heart, and he ensured that we carried out our orders. Stay submerged, avoid detection, practice firing drills. I was the senior sonar operator then, but you must understand, this is not the same as radar. Underwater we mostly listened, ears peeled for the sound of our American counterparts, but sometimes we used the sonar itself, sending out acoustic pulses to determine the size and range of other objects in the water. That night we were deep, and for hours and hours I did nothing but listen. The Arctic waters sometimes played tricks, but then I saw something, and right away I could tell it was different. It started as a shadow on the display, and then it returned so massive the computer couldn't process it at first. I thought the array was damaged, so I recalibrated, but still the reading was there, gigantic, like nothing I had ever seen before. It was stationary at first, this great mass under the ice shelf, maybe, but the size, Vika, my God, it was like a mountain before us. I tried to keep calm as I called the captain. He rushed to the compartment, and when he looked at the screen, he turned pale. The whole watch gathered, and I saw them terrified. These were men who hunted Americans, who laughed at ice cracking and scoffed at crushed depth warnings. Religion was frowned upon back then, but one young lieutenant openly crossed himself. The thing we were sailing toward was like a colossus, impossibly big. Not a sub, not a whale, but something else. We stayed there, listening to what must have been 10 minutes or more. We stayed there, listening for what must have been 10 minutes or more. There was no propulsion sound, no cavitation of any. What's this word? Cavitation. 1 second. Cavitation is the rapid formation and violent collapse of vapor bubbles in a liquid caused by sudden local drops and rise in pressure. Where's Miriam Schmebster? I usually fall asleep to this and abruptly woken up when Joel gets in the zone when he's reading. Gets straight up locked in. Wait, Vicious Frost, why do you keep talking about getting banned? Nobody's gonna ban you. I don't know how to tell you this, but you kinda need to go bail Pradeep out of jail. I know nothing, so don't believe the cops no matter what they say or the body cam footage shows. Where is Pradeep, actually? He's not down here. What did you two do? Cavitation, the formation of partial vacuums in a liquid by a swift-moving solid body such as a propeller or by high-intensity sound waves. Okay, so like bubbles, like... No cavitation of any kind, just this great unexplainable presence. And then, it moved. The great mass shifted, causing the display to light up with new returns. We still had no idea what we were looking at and could be sure of only its size. And then suddenly, the passive array picked up a low-frequency rumble, one that vibrated through the hall as it passed over and through us. It sounded deep, so deep I felt it in my bones, and then as it passed, the men muttered. Captain Kirichenko ordered us full astern and had us ascend as quickly and quietly as possible. In other words, we ran. Not like proud Soviet sailors, but like children, from shadows in the dark. Whatever was in the water with us that night did not pursue us, thank God. But for hours after, every creak of the hull had us sweating. I heard our political officer, Granada. Kermit the Frog with the $5. Joel is actually a goblin chained to a desk, kept by the CIA and forced to narrate stories for eternity. I genuinely feel that way sometimes. I thought about that today. I thought, like, what am I doing? Like, why am I just... what am I actually doing? You know? You know how you just, like, do your routines over and over and over and over and over forever? And then you just sit there and, like, wonder why you do your routines. Like, just on repeat. Just repeat the same pattern over and over and over again for infinitum. But honestly, I'm not really sure what I would do differently. I'm low-key in SCP, yeah. I am secured, I am contained. Yeah, Pradeep is the only thing keeping me from... What if that's all it took to, like, keep someone in one spot forever? Just give them a cat. And then if you give them a cat, they'll never want to leave because the cat makes them want to just rot in bed all day and stay. Did you watch Mr. Nightmare? I mean, I've seen Mr. Nightmare, but I don't really watch any, like, narration channels or anything like that often. I listen to some of the 4chan stuff here and there randomly because we're in the Matrix. We're in the Matrix. The Matriculum. Oh yeah, how do you say this anyway? Granat. We'll just say Granat. Okay, so is every single one of these stories actually? Oh, they're actually about to get read so hard. You're making money, Joel, and your job is COVID-proof. What the hell's COVID? You're telling me there's a virus out there? A big, scary, spooky one? I heard our political officer, Granat, whispering in the control room about the importance of the mission. The captain looked like he wanted to shoot him. I'd never seen him so angry before. When we returned to port, we were quarantined, and then some naval intelligence officers came around to ask us all the same questions over and over again. And then when the questions were finished, 2 men in civilian clothing came to see us, and one by one, they sewed our lips shut. We all signed statements denying the encounter and the existence of any anomalies, as they called them. Breaking the agreement meant koilma. Kermit the Frog. Joel is actually King Spook. Yes. Breaking the agreement meant Koilma prison. I do like King Spook's voice. That was like a goated voice. His voice has a way to really pull you in. Kind of wish he still made stuff. Okay, what the hell is what is this again? Historical region in the Russian Far East that includes the basin of Kolyma River and it's probably like a prison, Siberian prison. Send him to Dagestan. Joel, are you Mr. Breast? I am Mr. Breast. I do some Mr. Breasting from time to time. Do you ever take breaks from going live? Yeah, here and there, I guess. But I don't know. I just really like my routine. It's almost in a weird autistic sort of way. Kolyma. Oh, okay. River, 1,110 miles long in northern Russia and Asia, flowing from Kolyma Mountains northeastern into East Siberian Sea. Duly noted. And there's a prison there. If you enjoy what you do and you add your own spin to it and give a purpose, finding purpose gives life more meaning. Yeah, I think I really need to start writing, and if I keep saying it, maybe it'll happen. Or maybe if I don't say it, maybe that'll happen. Just go live so we can beat the AI voice allegations. I mean, that does help a little bit. If people call me AI, I can be like, there's always someone to be like, actually, he's got thousands and thousands of live streams to reference at your leisure. Which I do appreciate. Thank you guys for arguing that point to people. But it's weird because I'm like, maybe the voice is just too perfect. Quick moment for appreciation. Joel is saying true to the channel, consistently delivering without selling out respect. I know. What if I should just start doing... I don't even know. What would I even sell out to? I'd take $5,000 from China. We're doing Chinese stories. Funny Chinese chicken stories. That's a King Spook Archive channel now. Oh, okay, yeah. Do you ever feel that the need to get diagnosed by a psychologist for autism or something? No, I don't. Like, what would that even accomplish? Like, one, I've never literally had any... Yeah, I don't even need to argue this point. But just, I don't know. Just because, I mean, was all of our grandfathers autistic? Or did they just have a very strong, devotion to their task? You want me to sell you your writing? Yeah, I guess I could do that. DraftKings. There's DraftKings, and then there's King Spook, and then there's DraftKings Spook. You should just throw in a random question for the audience mid-video. I should. If you aren't suffering or finding great frustration with your day-to-day, why would you want to know if someone else thinks you have autism? I don't know. I mean, honestly, that's the thing. It's like, who cares about other people's opinions about your existence? If somehow, like, you were able to get another person with some type of, like, degree or paper to be like, yep, he's retarded. And you're like, oh, thank you, doctor. Thank God. Now I don't have to do anything ever, I guess, or something. I don't know. Now there will be no expectations, and there will be an explanation for all of my strange quirks. A lot of inventors and writers were definitely on the spectrometer. We all signed statements denying the encounter and the existence of any anomalies, as they called them. Breaking the agreement meant Kalima prison. Oh, okay. It's time to go back to creepypastas. I mean, I technically did kind of go back to creepypastas with the bonus content, you know what I mean? Because there is new bonus content out on the channel for any members, and it's pretty bonusy, and it's pretty creepypasta-y. Bro, if you don't like me talking, block me. What do you mean? What did you do? You didn't do anything. We're good. Everybody's good. We're all happy, friendly, go-lucky buddies here. Okay. Kalima. Breaking the agreement meant Kalima prison, or even someplace worse. For years, I said nothing, even to my wife. I tried to forget, but the dreams wouldn't let me, and in my dreams, I'd be down there alone in the cold and the dark, alone with a thing that wasn't Russian or American, but older than words, older than time. You remember the Kursk, don't you, in 2000? We remember, but the youth do not. They said it was a torpedo accident, leaking fuel, but I recognized the coordinates they gave and how they were less than a day's travel from the exact spot we found the blip. Same depth, same ice edge, everything. Now, I was in Paris by then, no doubt watched by KGB agents or FSB or whatever they're calling themselves these days. And as I sat in my little apartment watching the news on the TV, I remember my hand shaking as I poured myself a drink. They said the Kursk sank after an explosion in the forward compartment, but I knew the men who served with me would be thinking the same thing as I. Some said the rescue efforts were blocked by Putin himself. Others talked of strange readings on the surface ships. One old comrade who's since escaped the submarines told me that they found pieces of the Kursk hull. Petrit Farm remembers. My AC is messing up, pray for me. Oh God. Oh God, you're gonna end up like the UK. I mean, I've been meaning to do an autism test professionally. Might be autistic or maladjusted upbringing, hard to gauge. Yeah, but you don't need it, you know what I mean? Like, just, you are who you are, and what's the end goal? Like, what's there to even know? Like, you just are. You made it this many years into your adult life with, like, no diagnosis. Not like they're going to give you like an extension on your homework when you're in your 40s. You know what I mean? Like, why do adult people even want to know if they're autistic? They're going to let them ride the short bus or something? I just don't know what the point is. One old comrade who since escaped the submarines told me they found pieces of the Kursk hull bent outward, like something had grabbed it from below. I left Russia soon after, and France was far enough. The sea here is warm, blue, no ice, but sometimes at night when the mist comes in from the Mediterranean, I still hear that low rumble in my head. And you must think I'm a crazy old man telling these ghost stories, but I was there, and so were 20 other men. All heard it or saw how big it was on the screens, and when it moved, it was like an entire city shifted below us. Something that size would make short work of even the largest submarine, and perhaps not even through hunger, but by mere accident of its size. And I've read once, after the internet came along, about old sailor tales from the Arctic. Many echoed the legends of the Pomers, the Pomers. How do you say that one? The Pomors. Oh, Riri. Slander happening in chat tonight. Who's getting slandered? You're getting choke slambered. Just kidding. For all of you without AC, I wish to give you popsicles. Alright, fellas, let's blow this popsicle. You mean blow this popsicle stand? Whatever tickles your fancy. Will you dance for us if the live hits 650? Yes, I will. Let me know. I'll start fucking breaking this shit down. Straight down. What's up with everyone wanting to get banned? Guys, don't get banned. I need you. No one's allowed to get banned. I need the numbers to stay numbers. What kind of content do you post for your members? It's like anything really. Like it's really just anything random, but most of the time it's like creepypasta. I guess you'd call it amateur horror fiction, from Sam Riding, Ollie A. White. They work with the No Sleep podcast, so that, they have a lot of extensive experience with narrative structure and really good writing and all that kind of stuff. Who got banned? I think it was me. I think I banned myself. I do not care if I'm autistic or not. Honestly, I'm sick of people trying to tell me I might be autistic all the time because of certain habits or traits I have. Yeah, who cares? Just have fun, live your life. You don't need those weird titles because, how many other random things all throughout your life have you been sort of semi-labeled as, and it's actually made you sort of hesitant, in a weird way? Just hesitant to be more, if that makes sense. Do I swear more and act more yourself for your members? Well, all the members are in here. The members only content is just you actually everyone gets to hear the bonus content recorded in these live streams. That's where I record them. You know what I mean? So you're always going to get to hear it, but it's not like there's private live streams specifically for members or anything like that. A private dance room, maybe. I said two things to you, and neither harassment. Who are you even arguing with, Frost? I don't understand. Are you upset at somebody? I don't think we've been talking. Joel, will there be another installment of Califan Hotel? Yeah, I can definitely check in with Sam on that. He's currently working on Cops, part 3 or 4 or something. I'm pretty fucking stoked about that one because there's gonna be dinosaurs. Guys, no fighting. Let's talk about... What do you guys want to talk about? You want to talk about some weird shit? Anybody got any cool... new esoteric conspiracies to discuss? Swear for us, monkey. I love saying swear words, dude. They're sick. They're not very halal, but they are sick. Dang, some uncensored content for the members would be sweet. I absolutely... in those videos, in the bonus content, I do say swear words, yes. Ones that I wouldn't otherwise say on YouTube. What are your thoughts on femboys? Femboys. What is that? I've heard that term over the years, but femboy definition. Computer, bring up pictures of femboys, please. Femboy is a slang term for a young male who expresses himself through traditionally feminine clothing, makeup, mannerisms, while still identifying as a male. I would say like probably 95% of all my mods in here are femboys, so I must be pretty fond of them. Do you spray insecticide on your lawn? I don't think so. I just straight up mow that shit and not worry about it. Computer, make the femboy slim thick. Many echoed the legends of the Pomors, the old Russians, when they spoke of gigantic sea beasts, things which slept under the ice for generations at a time. The Soviets laughed at such things. Science, they said, would open the way from the Earth to the stars. But science does not explain a return that big with no engine noise. Science does not make trained men piss their pants or vomit in the passageway outside the sonar compartment. My little son, I'm old now, and the doctors say my heart and liver are bad. I should be thinking of happier times while I still have the breath in my lungs, but instead, I keep thinking about those boys on the Kursk. They were good. They were good men, doing their training mission like we did. Did they see the blip first? Did their sonar man try to warn them before the lights went out? These are the things I wonder late at night before I reach for a bottle. I keep a map, an old naval chart. I mark the spot with a red pen, and when I cannot sleep, I look at the map. They say the Arctic is melting now and that the ice is retreating. Blech, enough. My bottle is empty. Maybe I should not have told you, but you asked why I left, why I never came back, and why I use a different name, and now, you know. And I shall grab another bottle because tonight, I do not want to dream. The full moon is rather breathtaking. I heard it was nice. Computer, assume the position. Right away, sir. Yes, sir, right away. This story reminds me of a story from Darkness Prevails with a crabber in the sea who sees and hears a monster. But the story's more sad because those companions actually die from other things. Oh, shit. Is Vlad a fanboy? Instead of Vlad the Impaler, Vlad the little feller. My reaction to your voice is the same as the movie Step Brothers when Will Ferrell was singing. Yeah. It's a mixture between Jesus and Fergie. What are your thoughts on Panda Express? I'll be honest with you, I've never once in my life eaten at Panda Express. Just because it never really made sense to me. It's like you're already getting your like good Chinese slop at like all the local Chinese slop stores. You know, that know how to do it pretty decently well. So the idea that like somebody, in my mind, almost borderline offensively thought that you could take Chinese slop and turn it into like McDonald's. Oh shit, we're at 650. Let me dance real quick. Was my Panda Express dance. But yeah, I don't know. Never ate at the Panda Express. I just never really understood the purpose. Like why you gotta McDonaldize my, you know, Mr. Chong's. What's up with the lettuce? Is it fixed now, or should I still stay away from it? I don't know. I haven't heard any. Well, you know, that's a great question. Let's see. Let's get to the bottom of that. Has anything changed with the diarrhea lettuce situation? The diarrhea lettuce situation is insane. Huge day for the unemployed and the huge day for those with a burnt asshole. Yes, there have been a few important developments over the past week. The outbreak is now understood to be Cyclospora, a parasite that causes prolonged diarrhea rather than an E. coli outbreak. The FDA and CDC continue to trace the primary outbreak to shredded iceberg lettuce supplied by Taylor Farms de Mexico, especially lettuce served at Taco Bell locations in several Midwestern states. Here are the big updates. The recall is still in effect. More states have been linked to the outbreak. The confirmed outbreak now spans 9 states, including Pennsylvania. Fuck. A positive lab test was withdrawn. An FDA sample that initially appeared positive for cyclospora turned out to be a false positive. However, the FDA says this does not change its conclusion because the epidemiological evidence still strongly points to the recalled lettuce. Whoa, okay. Taylor Farms has stopped distributing iceberg lettuce from the implicated region of central Mexico into the U.S. while the investigation continues. Should you avoid all lettuce, whole lettuce and other leafy greens not included in the recall are still considered safe. Be extra cautious with bagged, shredded iceberg lettuce, especially if you can't identify its source. If you're worried, buy locally grown lettuce or grow your own. Yeah, guys, just grow your own. I should dance. Oh, I did. Yeah, I already got my dance in. Taylor Swift Farms. Congratulations to the Swifts. What? I saw some meme where it was like Taylor Swift's wedding, and they're killing Big Chungus in there. Or who's like the big Justice? Like, they have Big Justice on one of those like spike pits where they're like turning him over like a little pig with an apple in his mouth or whatever. I don't know. Honestly, deserved. Taylor Farms tried to give that food to poor and homeless people for a tax write-off, anything but take accountability. Dude, that's actually insane. Just a bunch of like poor homeless... Dude, homeless people don't even want to fucking eat. Oh, the Rizzler. Yeah, that's who they had on a spike, turning them into barbecue. You're cooking Cohen meat and sweet potatoes. Yummy. Throw a little Rizzler in there, would ya? Someone exposed that human poop is being used for fertilizer in the U.S. Human poop? Well, I guess if you really sit there and think about it, it's like human poop would be the easiest to sort of systematically harvest, because we literally take our shit and put it into like a collection bin called the toilet, and it takes it through these like coordinated tubes. Now the question is there a way to maintain it? Let me just say, can you use human feces as fertilizer? Yes, but not safely in its raw form. Human feces, oh my God, it's called night soil. Human feces, quote unquote, night soil. That's like calling fucking like human meat like long pig. Did you ever see that where it's like called long pig? Has been used as fertilizer for thousands of years in parts of Asia and elsewhere because it contains valuable nutrients, nitrogen, phosphorus, potassium, organic matter that improves soil. However, fresh human waste also contains bacteria, viruses, parasites, drug residues, and weird toys I shoved up there. Some places recycle human waste after treatment in what's called biosolids. The waste is collected at a water treatment plant, treated with heat, composite digestion chemicals, kill pathogens, tested to ensure it meets safety standards applied to mainly farm fields. I mean, at the end of the day, if we're being objective, if it doesn't kill you, like, why are we so worried about human shit being used for fertilizer when we use everybody else's poop? You saying our poop ain't good? The only problem with human poop is it's hard to get medications or hormones out of the composite. Fuck, dude. Everyone's gonna have fucking antidepressant fertilizer. We're all gonna have that 1,000 cock stare soon. I'm so curious to see what Julie's search history looks like. Oh, it's bad, you don't want to look at it. You don't want to look, it's all about boners and boners. Everybody's fertilizer is going to have Ozempic. Okay, here we go. Story 3 of 5. I was going to start this by telling you my name, but I guess names don't really matter. They sure as hell didn't in SOG, and we never really used our real names much anyways. Officially speaking, SOG... Is it SOG? The Joel files. The Wiener files. Would you donate your fecal matter to farms if it was an option they paid for it? Honestly, like, they probably would just steal our shit through some sort of, like, strange interaction with, like, the local sewer systems or, you know, big sewer. The Rat King down there just giving permission to give up the rights to all of our poop. And then they just sell it without our permission anyways. A person produces roughly 100 to 200 grams, about 0.4 pounds of feces per day on average across the city of millions of people. That's well over 100 tons of solid waste per day. Right, so I'm just like, you know, I feel like it's probably hard to siphon it off from cows even. Well, I feel like it might be like less efficient. Well, that's honestly hard to say, but if it's available, you know, might as well get some use out of it. I feel like the Japanese probably already do it pretty effectively. They always do everything so well. I'm so proud of them. Okay, Military Assistance Command, Vietnam Studies and Observations Groups. How would you say SOG? As one word or acronym? They get the poop that they put in on tap water. We're just drinking poop. We're just eating poop. Everything's fucking poop. Everything's just Mr. Hanky. I'd take fecal pills for the good old gut bacteria if it was from a good source. Honestly, dude, one of the best things that changed my digestion is just like in the morning, eat a date covered in coconut. And then before every meal, just eat another date covered in coconut. And it just creates the most absolutely perfect feeky. Okay, SOG is SOG, rhymes with fog. Okay, perfect. We got it, guys. Ladies and gentlemen, we got it. Did you guys see that there's like an EDP documentary that like legitimately looks like a pretty high-end movie? Is that AI or is that... I thought that was like a parody. It legitimately seemed like a parody with like really good AI. But I'm pretty sure he's... I don't know. It just seemed insane to me, the shit that he was saying in it. By listening in under special observations groups, it made it appear that there were nothing really good going on in Vietnam. Coconut oil or straight coconut? It's just like basically you'll find them at the grocery store. There'll be like date rolls, these dates that are turned into like little rolls, but then they have sprinkled on coconut flakes on them. I read an article about strange things flushed on a toilet and a bowling ball was one of them. No way. How do they even do that? What have you been enjoying as a meal lately, Joel? I don't even know. Earlier I had a burger that was really good, but it just sucks. It's like all the good food just makes me feel like total shit. And then I just like hate myself. You should try chimichurri skirt steak. That does sound yummy. Is it like marinated skirt steak? Officially speaking, SOG was the most classified special operations unit of the Vietnam War. We operated under the cover of being a studies and observations group, but you learn fast that observation meant cutting someone's throat before they could alert their friends. We ran black ops into Laos, Cambodia, and even North Vietnam itself. They were the kind of cross-border missions that Washington would never officially admit to, meaning if we were captured, and we were captured as mercenaries, and no one was coming to... What's up, Law Lukey? How we doing, dude? Do you wear sunscreen when you're outdoors? I don't, no. I don't really fuck with that shit. I remember hearing like something where it was like, some of the biggest issues people can have with like their skin related to overexposure to the sun a lot of the times comes down to like the fats that we consume. So if we consume a bunch of like processed, you know, PUFAs, the polyunsaturated fats, like those are the things that can like permeate into the skin and cause issues. But I don't know. Honestly, I'd much rather just like wear long sleeves or something just to like, you know, you still get the sun, you still get some vitamin D and that kind of thing. You don't believe in sunscreen. It's not like I have an issue. I mean, if you want to wear sunscreen, I don't give a fuck, but I'd rather not smear crap on my body, you know what I mean? That smells weird. And then I'll just, if I'm going to be out in the sun long while, I'll just wear like you know, Florida man, like just a thin, long sleeve bullshit. Wear a fucking hat, whatever. Cover my, you know, just cover my nards. Very much recommend wearing sunscreen. Come from, yeah, no, it's, I mean, it doesn't matter what color your skin is. Like, UV can have its damaging effects on literally everybody, right? It's just, it's not visible on certain, I guess, melatonin amounts or whatever, but it's, yeah, I just think it's easier to protect yourself with the use of clothing. Meaning, if we were captured as mercenaries, and no one was coming to save us. Most people back home never heard of us. No medals, no glory, just survival. Mission by mission survival. And what follows is what happened on one of those missions over the border in Laos. We were inserted either by chopper or PTF boat in small teams, usually 3 Americans and a handful of I gotta see how to say this one. The sun is woke. The sun's going woke. The sun's going woke, folk. It's burning everybody up. It's burning us. It's making everything melt, and the libtards are going crazy. Montagnard. What is it? Montagnard? Montagnard. It's like a French thing. Paler is more vulnerable to it, hence albino suffering in the sun. I mean, yeah, makes sense. Wonder if taking a lot of melatonin improves. Did I say melatonin? Or did I say melon? I'm sorry. Wait, melatonin improves sun protection and makes your skin darker? I don't know. If that's maybe I made a mistake earlier with my pronunciation. Please tell Barbara to wake up. Wake up, Barbara. They're coming for you, Barbara. Yeah, I'm applying sunscreen at nighttime. Get that graveyard tan. We were inserted by either chopper or PTF boat in small teams, usually 3 Americans and a handful of Montagnard strikers. And then after long, exhausting marches... through the jungle, we'd gather intelligence, sabotage supply lines, or snatch prisoners. Or in the case of this story right here, try to bring them back down... bing bing bong. Joel said melatonin, so I thought, oh no, I'm sorry. I mean, getting sunlight directly to your eyes when you wake up for like 30 seconds. Not that you have to stare directly at the sun, but just like as you wake up, see, open the window, look out, see it's sunny, allow your eyes to readjust. It does tell your body to start producing melatonin on a certain circadian rhythm, right? So, technically melatonin is correlated to the sun and your exposure to it in the mornings or whenever you wake up. Let's read and booze are the best. Thank you. Rachel Dolezal. Holy shit. And there's been so many funny characters over the course of the past decade. Everything is just, I don't even know. I don't know what's going on anymore. And I guess that's fine. It's totally fine to not know shit. Not care about it. Just live your life. Like, I genuinely wonder where I am right now. If, like, nobody told me anything about anything for the past decade, I probably would be, like, the exact same. Or in the case of this story right here, try to bring back downed pilots before the enemy could get them north and make them disappear forever. Our chopper flared low over the jungle at around 0230. I was jammed in the door with the rest of the RT Viper. It was me, Cowboy, Boston, and 4 Montagnard. I don't know how to say this name. Not melatonin, melanin. Now, I know we're talking about melanin related to the skin, but I mean related to melatonin. Seeing the sun in the morning does produce melatonin later whenever you're like getting ready for bed. Like it sets your body on like a circadian rhythm, like I said. Normally listening to your lives during your work from home makes me feel less alone. You crack me up. Thanks, bro. How long you been hitting 600? Honestly, this is like the first stream where everything just shot up to 600 concurrent live. I don't know what happened. I don't know why YouTube changed their notification system or what it is, but I'm all for it. And are actively trying to prove that there aren't the same, but on timelines that don't track. Who? Vicious Frost. I don't know who you're talking to. I think you're having a conversation with like someone in another live stream somewhere. I'm not even sure. You're like strangely confrontational for no reason. Sarah. Okay. How do I say this right now? Montagnard. Okay. Me, Cowboy, Boston, and 4 Montagnard scouts. We fast-roped into a small hole in the jungle, boots hitting mud that smelled of rot and cordite from bombs that overshot Uncle Ho's trail. The Montagnards moved like ghosts, and they hated the communists more than we did, and they were better than any American at moving through the jungle. And the mission was simple. Recon a suspected NVA way station rumored to hold a downed American pilot, and if the opportunity presented itself, bring him home. Intel said Chinese advisors had been seen moving heavy equipment onto the site, something beyond the usual anti-air missiles, and so a closer look at whatever that was would be considered a bonus. We humped for 6 hours, avoided trails, and then setting up a cold camp a few miles from the way station. By first light, we were in position on a ridgeline overlooking the objective. It didn't look like much from the outside, just another camouflage NVA logistics camp with bamboo huts, fuel drums, and a few guards with AKs. But deeper in, under netting and cut branches, we saw the concrete bunker. It looked too fresh, too permanent for Laos. Cowboy, our team leader, glassed it with his binos for a few minutes and then said that was our target. Whatever was in there, pilot or not, we were bringing it home. After sneaking back in the camp, we ate cold LRRP rations and checked over our CAR-15s and suppressed pistols before taking turns catching some shut-eye. And then once the sun was down, it was time to work. The plan was once we'd thought of a while back. Rise up, bots. Man, that would suck if it was all bots in here. I mean, I don't know how it could be unless someone coordinated, but... Assist Clanker. How Taylor Swift gonna say that she wants a private wedding and chooses the most public place and basically shut down a city to have a private wedding that we all cared about? I know, man. Celebrities are not worth our energy. They're just big demons, absorbing all of our praise. The great mod conspiracy worth fighting for. Who knows, man? But you have no power like this. She was in... Even with 300 accounts. Who are you? What do you want? Did any of the mods know who he's talking to? Good evening, Joel, Justin, and everyone hopping in the chat. Say hey before laying down and listening to the rest of this narration. Thank you, Jesse. Good to see you. Joel, you're my celebrity. Thank you. I will be everyone's Taylor Swift. Yeah, listen, dude. Okay, I'm listening, dude. You got me. Okay, here we go. What is the... You just seem like you're exuding a lot of negative energy, right? But I don't know where the negative energy is even aimed at or why. What's going on with this Pokemon resurgence? It's all adults into it, too. Well, I mean, that's who was into it when they were younger, right? And then... I mean, honestly, exactly, like, around 2020 or whenever it, like, suddenly, like, really started blowing up. I guess it was because, like, certain people recognized that it gave better returns than like the stock market, right? And I don't know if there's like some big whales that are propping it up, but you know, it started the whole, you know, fucking snowball effect of getting the investor bros and people with nostalgic desire for it into it, and now you just got a massive, yeah, and you got Logan Paul doing it. Okay, wait, Vicious was saying stuff. Okay, yeah, listen, dude, Joel. Okay, we're going. I'm listening. He says, bah. Okay, we got a baa like a sheep. Yeah, we both have nothing to lose. Okay. And then he says, Justin Ballas says he's everyone. Okay. Am I making an appearance in Doomsday? I should be there. I might be a little late. Okay, I don't know why you can't see him. It's not me. He's spamming me. Spamming you? Justin, are you spamming him? Are you showing up at his house with spam? What's going on? I just still got my old Heart Gold and the Poke Walker yesterday. I haven't touched it since 10 right back at college. It's so nostalgic, bro. I mean, I really do wish that I saw somebody had like a ROM hack mod where they took the old Pokemon and basically they changed all the environments to be like 3-dimensional. The characters were 2D, but the environments were 3D. And it just did it with like whatever line of code they had. And I'm like, that is so sick. And that's exactly what they needed. Like there was, I think it was Dragon Quest. Guys, if you ever get a chance, Dragon Quest Remake 1 and 2. Look up the graphics for Dragon Quest Remake 1. Is it that one? I think it might be that one. I think it might be Dragon Quest Remake 1 and 2. I could be totally wrong, but it has like some of the best pixel art where it's like 3D, but not like 2.5D, and it's so good. And I'm just like, why didn't Pokemon do that? Hi, kitty. What's up, buddy? He's sniffing my leg. Did you fucking notice when I showed up your numbers up by 200 by a guy who says he trolls 300? Is that you? So you're saying you brought a bunch of bots in here and I'm being duplicated? I don't know. Are you... I can't tell. Are you schizophrenic or like are you... I'm so confused. Did Justin bot the place? Justin, did you bot this stream, you silly goose? The day I don't become the target of a schizo is not a day I exist on Earth. Okay, that's... Okay, I think we're on the same page now. It might be the CIA. They just want to keep me busy. Otherwise, I would solve all the world's problems. But what do you do with Pokemon cards? I remember people collecting them in elementary school, but what did they do with them? You just hold on to them. Then you open them up from once in a while, and you stare at them, and you go, cool. And you show somebody else, and they go, oh, interesting. And then they immediately get dry, because they're no longer horny, and then you drive them home. It's a perfect night. Same thing happened to my buddy. He was heavy into meth. Oh, that's actually true. I remember my brother, he was on meth, and he said he swear he could hear people talking about him 2 states over. Like that's what he could hear in his head. This is giving me psychosis, a bad name. Get off the internet and go build a machine. Exactly. Build a dozer. Joel, why are we so fascinated to the schizos? I don't know. I mean, I don't think we did anything, but I don't know. Vicious Frost, listen. I'm not exactly sure what you're saying or what's going on, but you may be having a rough night. I want you to know you're safe here. We'll keep you safe, but you may have to call Mom, and she might have to figure something out. Vicious said I was a duplicate account that got him banned when he first entered the chat. He thinks he blocked me. I can't read any of his... Oh. Okay, so it is just sort of a... You know what? That's totally fine. Okay. Strange. Oh well. At least we got to the bottom of that. Anyways, guys. This is a schizophrenic safe place. Unfortunately, you will be put in an even safer space called a padded cell, where you will be monitored and given experimental drugs. Guys, please be aware, Joel is one of the biggest Pokemon scalpers in the Midwest. He goes to Target, buys everything off the shelves, and will sell you packs at 10 times MSRP. Please be aware. Can you stop tattletaling on me for one night? It's not the Midwest, it's the East Coast. Silly goose. No, I honestly just have a huge pile of singles. I just buy singles. I don't know what the fuck I'm doing with them. I'm gonna put them in a fucking safe, padded, actual safe with a combination and a big lock and key, and they're gonna sit in there until some unfortunate soul has a kid with me, and then that kid or one of their siblings is going to get those Pokemon cards. And somehow or another, if hopefully they're not addicted to meth and sell all the Pokemon cards for meth money. But if that's what they decide to do, then, you know, more power to them. More meth to them. Which technically power and meth go hand in hand. Do some dirty talk. Alright. I am making dinner. I'm doing the laundry, I guess. Joel, you're having a schizophrenic attack and no one is watching. Wake up. I thought I had 600 people. Okay. The plan was one we'd thought. Okay. The plan was one we'd thought of a while back, but never had the guts to try. 2 Montagnards. I gotta remember this stupid fucking French word. Montagnard. Shut the like, just spell like a normal person. The plan was one we'd thought of a while back, but never had the guts to try. 2 Montagnards in captured NVA uniforms would approach with a bound and hooded prisoner, and they'd explain that they picked up a prisoner. And needed a place to put him. And then once they were nice and close, they could take out sentries or high-value targets without anyone realize what it was. And then once they were nice and close, they could take out high-value targets without anyone realizing what was happening. Now the rest of the team could then sweep in and support the forward guys as they grabbed whatever or whoever needed grabbing before we all got out of there in one piece. Walking towards the enemy... I can't read, right? I just can't read. American words only. The trick is to do your laundry and then just dump it on your bed and then pick out of the laundry from your bed and hope that some of the shirts aren't wrinkly. Walking towards the enemy with nothing but a cloth sack over my head and a knife in my boot was one of the most asshole puckering things I ever did over there. But luckily, our scouts knew nothing Viet to sell the story. Our scouts knew enough Viet to sell the story to their sentries, and it worked like a charm. Inside the perimeter, all I could hear were diesel generators humming as we walked, and then after hearing the sound of that bunker opening, I was shoved into a dimly lit corridor. Further down, another door opened, and that's when the smell hit me, like antiseptic and burnt plastic, mixed with something metallic. Now the Montagnards started to untie me in a side room, and then on the count of 3, out came the knives and surprised pistols, and we dropped the 2 guards with us before they even realized what was happening. Now one of the Nars went out to signal Cowboy, Boston, and the rest of the team, and then a minute later, we were all inside. Now we knew we only... Fat French frogs flow through Frauris. You know, spell it right. I'm gracefully bow out of this meth up craziness going on with Chaz. Should have gotten my ass out of here soon. Next time you Methonians, or whatever you call that box, home. Joel, do you enjoy a nice rice pud? Oh yes, absolutely. Do you have some with you? I haven't had it in forever. I feel personally attacked about my laundry in bed right now. It's, you know, 'tis the way of the world from time to time. I don't think any of us have any sort of unique experiences. Yes, if I do notice any of you leave the chat, that will result in automatic banning. Once you join, you are stuck here. The door closes behind you. Tapioca does sound good too. We knew we only owned that bunker for maybe 10 minutes, so we moved room to room, grabbing what we could. Charts on the walls, electrode placements, files with Chinese characters I couldn't read. One room had jars but nothing in them. But then we found the operating theater. Surgical lamps buzzed over a steel table. Surgical lamps buzzed over a steel table, and on it, Jesus God. He was strapped down, buck naked, body intact, but his head was... it was open. The left side of his skull had been sawed away with a flap of bone removed and set aside. What remained of his brain looked shiny under the lights. All that gray-pink tissue was exposed, but maybe a third of it looked cut away. In its place, there was a mess of fine silver wires and a small black device about the size of a pack of cigarettes. It looked screwed into what was left. Let's make the fucking font size smaller. Oops. Oh no, dude. He was strapped down, buck naked. There we go, sorry. You're narrating the last original experiences, Joel. You were like the Grim Reaper of experiences. What, these Vietnam ones? Plenty to go around. There's another Vietnam coming. It's called Iran. It's called Iran. It's gonna be really cool. There's gonna be a slow and methodical escalation. And then we're all gonna get drafted. We're all gonna get drafted. It's not gonna make anybody happy. And then... and no one's gonna want to go. They're gonna be like, I don't want to go. I'm not in the mood. And so they're gonna say, Haitians, Mexicans, Cubans, Somalis will give you citizenship if you go fight in Iran. And they're gonna do it, folks. They're gonna do it. They're gonna get citizenship. It's gonna be cool. And then they're gonna come back and they're gonna say, you're not very patriotic. I'm eating so much popcorn, my belly is so full of popcorn right now. It's fucking awesome. I'm jealous. Is it kettle cooked? Is it kettle cooked? I'm curious about this popcorn now. Abu Bakr al-Baghdadi, his daddy died like a dog. Like no. Abu, don't cry, Abu. I don't know if you saw what he said. Like Lisa, like at Lindsey Graham's funeral or whatever today, like Trump, what the fuck did Trump say? He was like, if he was here, well, wherever he is, he's probably up there. It's just like the fucking, I don't even know, man. I don't know what the fuck's going on anymore, but you just gotta have a bit of a giggle. 100 U.S. soldiers already wounded over there. I thought things were starting to settle down, but I mean, it just really wouldn't make much sense, right? If they want to, like, end the whole world. If they want to end the whole world and kill all of us, we gotta keep it going, baby. Forever. What's up, Frost? Tenshi, how we doing? He was strapped down, buck naked, body intact, but his head was... it was open. The left side of his skull had been sawed away with a flap of bone removed and set aside. What remained of his brain looked shiny under the lights. All that gray-pink tissue was exposed, but maybe a third of it looked cut away. In its place, there was this mess of fine silver wires and a small black device about the size of a pack of cigarettes. It looked screwed into what was left of the right hemisphere. Tubes right into his nostrils, and a heavy rubber breathing mask covered his mouth and nose. The man's dog tags lay nearby, and it was the missing phantom pilot that we've been looking for. His eyes were open, but empty, kind of milky and confused with no recognition, just wet meat in a ruined case of bone. I'd seen men burned by napalm, shredded by claymores, even impaled alive on bamboo booby traps. But this was different. The Shycoms had turned him into a goddamn prototype of something that was never meant to be. Wires trailed from the device to a console, and something was flickering on it. Weak brain activity, maybe. Now, I wanted to believe that there was a flash of something in those eyes when I leaned close, some sort of recognition that he knew that we'd come for him. But there was nothing. Just the wet click of the respirator and this faint electrical hum from all the junk that he was hooked up to. The Montagnards were muttering prayers to themselves, and one of them made a... Ragnar Reese, welcome to the Butterstalk Call. You now have access to bonus content. Thank you so much. And God bless. God bless, man. God bless. God blessings upon all. I can hear Joel get my sound off, practicing for when I go fully deaf. Are you going fully deaf? We gotta turn down that music. Let's see if it shows how many people it shows on YouTube whenever I go to it itself. 602. Okay. Yeah, maybe it's starting to... Maybe it was botting. If it goes back to down to the original number, then I mean it definitely was like some type of botting. Oops. Why don't I show my face? I'm scared. I'm a wanted man. Back over in Nam. My window unit is leaking water by the gallons inside my house, and the drain is clear and it's on a good tilt and everything is clean. I'm out of ideas. Anyone know what to do? My window unit is leaking water by the gallons inside my house, and its drain is clear and it's on a good tilt and everything is clean. I'm out of ideas. Anyone know what to do? Weird. I don't know. How's Pradeep? Pradeep is good. I swear to God, if we were all just gaslighting that guy. I mean, maybe I feel bad. Anyways. I figured you got your videos off your live streams, but now I see that's not the case. Yeah, I got 2 microphones I'm recording into. Yeah, I can't show myself because this is I'm actually Mr. Breast. Mr. Breasticles. It's always funny, like, when Mr. Breast talks about, like, he's like, if he had to start another YouTube channel, he could get like 1 million subscribers in like a month or whatever, and then 10 million in X amount of time. But I'm just like, what the fuck does he know? And how much do I have to pay to know what he knows? But I don't really know if that would even apply to like a narration channel anymore. Yeah, these are all my original experiences. My Wi-Fi just went out right after I made popcorn, so I made the connect to my phone hotspot on PS5. I now know how it feels to really be in poverty now. Heating up your popcorn and your PlayStation. Have you ever seen his wedding pics? Bro looks AI. Yeah, he had like a big bootied babe as his first girlfriend, but now he's got a new one who he's getting married to or something. Is she also big and or bootied? I wanted to believe that there was a flash of something in those eyes when I leaned close, some sort of recognition that he knew that we'd come for him. But there was nothing, just the wet click of the respirator and this faint electrical hum from all the junk he was hooked up to. The Montagnards were muttering prayers to themselves, and we decided to get him out or die trying. I cut the straps, and then the pilot's body twitched as I started disconnecting the leads. Blood and clear fluid leaked from the open skull as I worked, and then when the last wire came free with a wet pop, his body arched violently and then went limp. He was gone. By the looks of things, whoever he was had long since died on that table. We wrapped the body in a poncho liner, grabbing the small black device as we did. It felt warm, alive almost, but there was no time to focus on it. We knew exfil would be tough, but it turned out into... Grenade! We knew exfil would be tough, but it turned into a running gunfight. Once they figured out who exactly was booking it from their way station, the NVA pursued us through the jungle. One of the Narrs took a round through the shoulder but kept moving. It was that or die. Now we hoofed it to the We dragged the pilot's body for about 2 clicks to the LZ, trading fire the whole way. I fucking suck at reading, holy crappers. And then once we were in position, a Cobra lit up the tree line behind us as the evac choppers came in hot. I sat beside the poncho-wrapped shape when the chopper ride back. Some of the wires were sticking out of the poncho, and I remembered the way that they moved in the wind. But I wasn't in the chopper. Not really. I was still back in that bunker, seeing the half skull under the surgical lights in the pilot's empty eyes. What the hell had they been trying to build? Some remote-controlled soldier? And that thought makes my skin crawl, even all these years later. And after landing at a forward strip, the debrief was beautiful. Brutally beautiful. Speaking of, I saw my girlfriend today, bought her a mist drink from Dutch Bros since she has a migraine. That's cool. I don't think Mr. Beast is real in the traditional sense. I honestly don't think most huge YouTuber streamers are real people. Do you think Mr. Beast has some sort of CIA ties or something like that? Do you think Kai Cenat was cloned? Honestly, this story actually might have been about Kai Cenat's real body. Mr. Beast is an implant. He's a boob implant. I'm gonna take my shoes off. Everybody okay with the dogs coming out? After landing in a forward strip, the debrief was brutal. The S2 spooks took the device away in a sealed second. Kai was clones. Kai-op. The S2 spooks took the device away in a sealed case, like it was worth its weight in gold. That night in the hooch, I drank. The other guys didn't talk about it, but that suited me fine. Some things you just carry in silence. They told the pilot's family he died in combat, made it out to be heroic, and it was obviously a lie, but I guess that's a mercy of a sort. A mercy of a sort. Do I enjoy the Sean Ryan show? Yeah, I mean, I haven't watched it in forever. Honestly, I don't know. Has there been any interesting guests on there or anything like that? I really don't even... it's just so hard to, tickle my conspiracy fancy anymore, because I just feel like none of it really feels real. It genuinely just seems like this, in some weird way, the CIA has just, saturated the entirety of the podcast market in the same way that it did mainstream media. And now it just seems like if you're going to see anything especially on YouTube, it's just, such an unlikely chance that you're going to hear anything that feels genuinely challenging to the power structures that be, or anything that's actually coming down the pipe, you know what I mean? It's always talked about in these abstractions, but you never really get any genuine anticipation, and therefore you should prepare accordingly type scenarios, actual war game stuff. Everything's boring. Yeah, Kai Cenat's face looks uncanny. His skin complexion looks fake too, almost like he's dipped in paint. Huge eyes, doesn't look like an organic human, like Mr. Beast. Mr. Breast. First off, you're racist. Second, you're racist against Mr. Beast. Second, you're beastest. You're the beastest person in chat. I'm hardly ever barefoot, and I grew up in the sticks. You were born in a big pile of sticks. From a tree. You were a tree sap. Kai said before he quit for a while that if he cut his locks, came back, then it wasn't him. Maybe he just did that to troll people or whatever. I don't know. I could not be arsed to ever watch a Kai Cenat stream. It's nothing against him. He's just not funny. I Show Speed is funny and, does cool flips and flops and is real loud and makes funny faces. And that's all you really need to do to impress me. But I've never really seen Kai do anything that's been necessarily interesting. Can he do a backflip? If he can do a backflip over a robot that shoots fire at him, I'm on board again. This conspiracy I'm into are so far removed from mainstream conversation. I usually don't even waste my time discussing them with the general public. Amber, now's your time, bro. Thoughts on Queso? I like Queso. I think Queso's cool. He just seems like a nice boy, you know what I mean? He's just a big boy from down south, and yeah, you know what I mean? He's doing his thing. He seemed like a Burnt Peanut guy. I like Burnt Peanut too. I mean, like, when Burnt Peanut first came out, and it was all about Arc Raiders and that kind of shit, like, I genuinely thought Burnt Peanut was really funny, and he had a lot of energy and, like, did his thing, but, you know, in the same way, I also realize I'm fucking 36, right? So it's like, I don't really watch streams or gamers or whatever. I guess I'll watch, like, Battlegrounds, Hearthstone, but even that game makes me feel like it's just all such rigged bullshit. Queso is delicious. They told the pilot's family he died in combat, made it out to be heroic. It was obviously a lie, but I guess that's mercy of a sort. Sometimes I wonder if that black box is just sitting in some lab and if the whitecoats have unlocked its secrets yet or are still trying. I hope not, because if you saw what I saw, you'd know that man ought not to play God. Oh, then. I hope not, because if you saw what I saw, you'd know that man ought not to play God. Well, why not? What's your favorite or dream sandwich? Probably just peanut butter and jellies. But like with the best bread ever, just the most delicious bread ever. Triple decker, quadruple decker. Like there was a while there where I would just go buy various types of breads and make like quadruple peanut butter jelly sandwiches just to see how goated I could make it. Did you ever watch another streamer or something try that, dude? Who's that? The burnt penis. Donut Operator? I've heard of Donut Operator, but I genuinely don't know what he looks like or what he does. I know he has a podcast. I know he likes the guns and police stuff. But if I had to pick him out of a lineup, I don't think I've seen enough of his stuff to, like, remember what he looks like. And I'm not saying that to be rude or anything like that. I just, like, I feel like I should pay more attention to, like, random shit. There is some stuff I pay attention to. Nothing of import, I suppose. Crunchy or creamy peanut butter. I like crunchy peanut butter. I think it's fucking awesome. And I know some people get, like, the really organic bullshit. Honestly, I just get, like, the most processed fucking Jif. Whatever has the blue lid and it's got crunchy. Something about that, like, concoction from Franken. Epstein's Monster peanut butter. It's just delicious. It's just a peanut butter jar with Epstein's face on it. Yummy. Even when Kai is next to, you can clearly see his complexion looks unnatural. It's like a paint. Well, I don't know. Maybe he just gets, like, maybe he, like, literally every day goes into some, like, Vietnam beauty parlor and gets his, like, skin spritzed with some type of, like, youthful cream. I don't know. He used to be a cop, so he watches chases and breaks down shootings, etc. That's cool. Dude, I saw this one on Instagram the other day. It was the dumbest shit ever. It was the dumbest shit ever. So this dude's, like, outside of his, you know, sort of trailer park, or, like, the camera's at his door, but the door is facing out towards the road. It's kind of going down, like, a long, sort of semi-long driveway towards basically an area that's, like, trailer park. And the dude's running past a tree, and he's like, oh, fuck, oh, fuck. And he kind of goes around the tree, and then a car comes from, like, the left side of the screen and just smashes into another fucking tree. And then the dude runs into his house. You see him run by his, like, little Ring camera. And then some other guy gets out, like fucking delirious and drunk, and starts walking to his door. And then, like, barely gets to the door and then just turns around and starts going back to his car. The guy comes out and says, hey, you know, with a gun, he's like, hands, let me see your hands. The dude runs away from him to get back in his, like, SUV. And then he, you know, the cop loops around to his driver's side. He's, like, screaming, like, hands, let me see the hands, let me see the hands. And he's not showing him his hands, I guess. He's probably showing him his feet or something instead. And the dude reverses his SUV. And at this point, this cop has had like infinite opportunities either to like already justify opening fire. I mean, I don't really know. It kind of seems like using a vehicle to squish him and turn him into a bug probably would have been a good time to open fire. But anyways, he seems very restrained, so I'll give him that. And then the guy has time to back up as far as fucking possible, and then the cop just stands there with his gun pointed at him and then like opens fire and then just gets fucking smashed by this SUV. And I'm just like, what the fuck are you doing? Like, he could have done any amount of maneuvering to like get out of the way of that drunk dude's car, and then you just hear him like screaming like he just got hit by a car or something. But then I think he gets up and arrests the dude. I don't know. He was very restrained on like what the fuck he was doing. But his brain be lagging. When I was wrestling in high school, we'd smash peanut butter, banana, and honey sandwiches like crazy at tournaments. That's the way to do it, bro. Wrestling is so much energy. Last time someone hit me with a conspiracy reply, I replied with 27 paragraphs in a row detailing why he was illogical. It's probably me, dude. You're probably trying to make me look silly on my big important live stream. Where did I see this? It was on Instagram. Like, Instagram is the weirdest thing. Like, you'll log on it and it'll just be like a dachshund puppy being like playing with a baby, and the baby's like, everything in life is perfect. And then randomly the next one you scroll to and it's like someone like getting blown up in a factory, and you're like, okay, I guess we're here now. I don't know. And then I'm pretty sure just like that level of like taking you through all these various emotions is like the definition of like MK Ultra, where they're just trying to like confuse your brain with so much information that you just your head explodes in on itself and you can just be told anything to kill the Prime Minister of Malaysia. Joel, you never answered my question. What was it? Sorry. No, Joel, it was a rant from my friend Chris. Oh, okay, no worries. Instagram's... Yeah, but it's weird. Like, sometimes Instagram won't seem like live leak, and then it, like, shows live leak shit to, like, everybody. Like, because you'll hear other friends tell you, like, dude, yeah, I got a bunch of weird shit today, too. And I really wouldn't be surprised if they just, like, send them out in batches, or like change randomly something on their algorithm, and it's just like, all right, we're showing dead bodies today, all day, every day. IG banned you a few weeks ago? Dude, you have to do some literally crazy shit on IG to get banned at this point. I feel like they don't give a fuck about anything anymore. How's my day been? It was a good day. It was, I went to a birthday dinner for my buddy's daughter's birthday, and that was nice. I haven't gotten this. They went on vacation for like a week, so it was good to catch up with them again. Give them some presents. Also just got swatted again for the 6th time on stream Saturday, bro. The 6th time. See, I feel like at that point that's not even like your fault. You think the cops would be like, "Hey, do you guys think we should kick this guy's door down again? Or do you think he really is, like, making a big old explosive something or other in there?" Well, it really is fun. Julie said, use the best bread for PB&J sandwiches. What is it? I like Dave's Killer Bread, the one with the seeds. The seeds. It could be literally anything. There are 10,000 types of bread in the bread aisle, which makes me so happy that I don't live in like some fucking communist country where there's like one jar of marmalade, and I just get to pig out on like the most random ass shit made out of like Amish people's fucking mushroom stamp, you know what I mean? Didn't I get them a rat? I did get them a rat. I got them a rat and a mouse. I do think the rat needs a buddy though. My account was a blank dummy account. I got banned over a fucking comment. They didn't even say what comment. That's weird. Must have said some shit. IG sends help messages sometimes because someone I said was suicidal and I get trolled. Yeah, isn't it weird? Yeah, you like... I'm not even sure. Like someone... You can... Because you can do that. You can just troll people by saying like they are threatening to blah 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 themselves, and then it will like troll them by sending them like, are you okay? Here's a number. Don't jump off a big bridge. Did Jimothy deserve a chance? Is Jimothy... Is Jimothy alive? I really hope so. I hope he's doing okay. Or maybe there's a whole new breed of raccoon out there. Okay, so that was an interesting story about some sort of hybrid man. Well, not hybrid, but robot boy. What's up, Charles? Soul, how we doing? Alright. As opposed to a small bridge. I guess you could jump off a bridge at like a mini golf course, but it would not be very effective. Worst case scenario, you roll an ankle. Well, best case scenario, you roll an ankle. I was in Cuba. I had to wait 3 hours to get ice cream in Havana, and the ice cream has 2 flavors, watered down chocolate and vanilla, as part of the luxury rations. Jesus Christ, dude. Why were you in Cuba?
Are you a traitor? Are you traitoring our country? Misty, what's going on, brother?
That happened when I make a comment and say something about, oh yeah, don't do that, folks. Don't do that. IG warned me to upload my ID and phone number to appeal the ban, but I said, oh, who knows? Maybe that's what they do. They're like testing certain accounts to see how much like biometric crossover data they can get from people. Someone made a good point where, you know how like certain, it's like a trend right now where it's like someone's doing impressions of certain emotions, like saying a line but as a certain emotion, you're going down like a list, or they're doing the line as certain celebrities. This one guy was saying like as a voice actor he was going to get paid $100K to like do basically auditions like that to feed into an AI algorithm. And now I think they basically are like, well, let's just create a trend, like a viral trend that'll get a bunch of people to do it, and then we'll just like feed the, you know, learning model that way. Can I make raccoon sounds? I don't even know what a raccoon sounds like. That's probably it. Which is also the same sound as a communist. Why would anyone want to be a commie? I don't know. The only reason I can think is like if you wanted to start like a small camp where you all are camping together and looking out for each other, but anything beyond that, it just starts to get a little bit rough, and then the only way to enforce it is to point a gun at people's heads, and then it starts to get messy whenever the government wants to maintain power, and they go nutso butso. Okay. My name's Simon. I'm from the United Kingdom, and I'm a research fellow at Durham University. I've had a fixed-term salaried position for a couple of years now, and I specialize in researching the English Civil War. Basically, the King of England at the time was a man named Charles I. England also had a parliament at this time, but Charles wasn't a fan and cancelled it on 4 separate occasions for varying reasons. Well, the people who supported Parliament got pretty sick of this, and there were a lot of them too, so in August of 1642, a great many of them took up arms against the crown. 3 years in, pro-Parliament rebels set up the New Model Army, the first centrally funded and professionally military force in England. It proved unstoppable, and within just 16 months later, the King of England was a prisoner of war. But things didn't stop there. After a lengthy period of imprisonment and negotiation, the king still refused to make the concessions demanded of him. The rebels therefore refused to release him, which caused those still loyal to the king to begin a sort of counter-revolution. And so, realizing that they had no choice but to put the king to death, to end any hope of returning him to the throne, Charles I was beheaded at the Palace of Whitehall on the 30th of January, 1649. His final words to the gathering of onlookers were reported to be, "I shall go from a corruptible to an incorruptible crown, where no disturbance can be." And what followed was complicated. A bloke named Oliver Cromwell took the king's place, cancelled Christmas, and then attacked his former allies in Scotland just to bring them to heel. He then sailed over to Ireland, started a war in which hundreds of thousands were lost to disease and famine, and then 2 years after his death, and after all the country had been through, the English monarchy was restored. It makes for an incredibly confusing and complicated period of English history, and researching it is not for the faint of heart, especially when it comes to incidents such as the one I'm about to tell you about. And so, in September of last year, I was researching rebel companies raised primarily from the West Riding of Yorkshire. People joined up with parliamentarians for a variety of reasons, but some joined out of sheer religious zealotry, believing Charles I was a representative of the literal Antichrist in the form of the Roman Pope. Now, these men were often called Puritans, and in contrast to the long ringlets worn by royalists, they wore hairstyles so short that they were nicknamed Roundheads. Many a Roundhead joined up to fight the forces of the Antichrist, including a man by the name of John Graves. Graves was born in Leeds in 1618, and as the son of a prosperous merchant, he was educated at a local grammar school. And it was here he developed his Puritan belief system, along with a deep knowledge of Scripture, and prior to the war, he earned a living working with his father. And yet, when the Earl of Manchester declared war, against the crown, John saw his chance to rid England of royal tyranny and joined a regiment of foot. Joined the Foot Regiment. I know this is the History Channel, huh? Eliminate humans. Guys, I think we need to not hate ourselves so much. Because we really have to sit there and kind of pat ourselves on the back that, like, the things that humans do to each other sometimes stem from the pressure of others telling them to do it. You know what I mean? Maybe we're not all that bad. Maybe IG banned me because I typed something too conspiracy related to that. Oh yeah, what were you, Amber? What are the crazy shit you were going to tell us? We want to know about crazy shit. We are sick. I guess it's pretty easy to make us sick, isn't it? To like rile us up against one another. Whenever you get everybody into sort of, because I mean the individual is smart, but then it's the crowd that's insane, right? I don't know. It's a constant battle, but it's weird because it's really just a constant battle of, in my mind, telling the individuals that enforce the hierarchy, so like the military, the police, all those kind of people, how do we convince them not to enforce really, really, really bad ideas, right? So if there's some pretty disagreeable ideas on, like, you know, say arresting someone for their speech or something like that, or I don't know, something relatively innocuous that genuinely most people would agree upon, at least in the culture of the society. How do you make the police not enforce these laws? You know what I mean? I guess they'll always find another person to do it and then kind of give them a little badge that says they can, but how do you get the majority of certain military groups not to engage in actions that could result in cataclysmic ends and complete shifting in culture and the population? I don't know. There's just curiosities on how do you have to demoralize everyone? Do you have to just I don't know, maybe the robots will just do it for them. What if it's a crowd of insane people? I guess I look forward to it then. I remember one time I went to North Sentinel Island, and I just left. Like, I met the tribe, and then I just gave them a Game Boy Advance, and I teleported out of there. All famous people are gender inverted. I know it sounds crazy, but they're all the opposite gender as to what they portray. If you learn male-female skeletal markers, it becomes very obvious. I guess that would be pretty. So you're saying, like, Tom Holland is a chick, but Zendaya is a dude? Is there any other ones that jump out to you? Joe, I'm loving life. Normally I listen to it, it's late night and I work in the morning, but I'm sitting here eating cheese and crackers listening, and I'm off work tomorrow. Total relaxation. Let's fucking go, baby. That's what I like to hear. Freedom, they call it. Brain changes take hundreds of thousands of years to propagate. We'd had civilization since 4000 BC, maybe 6,000 years. Is it, Matt, maybe you can answer this question. Is there anything I can do in my current life to evolve my DNA in a way that then can have a positive effect on my offspring. You know what I mean? Like, is there any sort of external stimuli that could generate the mutation necessary to, you know, to like have some sort of advantageous outcome with procreation? Or is that something that just literally takes too long, that we wouldn't be able to even like see the minutia of it? Because like, when does the mutations occur in the humans? You know what I mean? Like, when does it happen? Where does people always like talk about adaptations, like we develop lips and, you know, kissing lips so we could eat ants on a log or something, peanut butter and raisins off of a little celery stick. That's where we developed that from. And it's like, but if I wanted to develop an evolutionary trait overnight, how the hell do I get on it? Well, that's the thing, is like, I get it, evolution happens too slow, but what is the slow part? Do we know what the slow parts are? Do we know the really, really minute changes within individual generations to be measured? And what can you see? Is there anything measurable? Every single one of them is opposite gender. How do you think forensic scientists figure out the gender of skeletons? Male, female skeletons are different regardless of plastic surgery. Right, but I mean, like, so you genuinely think like Tom Holland and Zendaya are like not actually girl or boy? Which, like, how did you come to this conclusion? Is there any particular person where you're just like, that's a fucking dude? That's not Cher. That's a fucking man, baby. Getting a genetics test as well as literally shows you that we don't have a personality, we have genetic markers. Right. And like, those mutations compound. Well, I mean, I get what you mean. It's just like, when it comes to like the evolutionary process, don't you think doesn't that sound kind of like if you wanted to go get your PhD or whatever, don't you think the study of like super like low, untraceable minutia of like evolutionary genetic changes would be something worth studying, so that you could say like, if this marker here mutates 1,000 more times over the course of the next 1,000 generations, there will be this change. You know, like, do we have any measurements that we can actually directly point to a movement forward of the creature to adapt? You know what I mean? Joel, Jesus Christ, you were a nurse, you took biology for majors. It's a natural inheritance between generations, along with general mutations that happen at conception and throughout life. Jesus. No, it's not. Like, it's that, but once again, I'm talking about specifics. Like, you can't shame me for asking the question about specifics, because all you've said within the realm of evolutionary biology is just, it's too slow to see. And when something is like too fucking slow to see, I guess you could work your way backwards to the previous things, but have they worked their way backwards? And what I'm asking is like, where are the individual minutia within like individual generations? I'm not dumb. Like, I know what the theory of fucking evolution is. You know what I mean? I don't think you quite understand what I'm saying is the issue. Mutate fast and evolve, but they also go back to their normal pigeon form after a few generations. They usually say eat something stronger than you, or better yet, something stronger and older, that you might change your DNA for something better. Like what, a big old grizzly bear? When something is too slow to see, you use time lapse. I mean, I guess the only way you'd be able to do it is work backwards and see what variations there were, like at that minute level. I mean, how would you even piece all that together? Think of Latin and language evolution. Children of Latin speakers didn't grow up speaking a different language to their parents, yet the change piled up. I know what the changes piled up. I get it, bro. I get it. I genuinely get it. But I'm asking you, what I'm asking anybody is like, in the individual, like I get over a period of time you can conceptualize. Like I get you could sit here and see a person as pale as snow, right? Existing on an island, and you could conceptualize 10,000 generations later having a fucking tan. I get it. But I'm asking you, like, what are the minutia changes on the individual generation that get you to these larger changes? Because this idea that it's just like too slow to observe, it just seems strange to me. You know what I mean? And to sort of speak of it in like this like million-year abstract, it just sort of is like such a sweeping generalization that it doesn't really actually answer any sort of question, and it just remains like a theory. You know what I mean? You want a more quantitative prediction? I feel like you could quantitatively predict it, but you would just have to work backwards and see what working backwards led to where we are now. I mean, is that just... But how do you make those connections? I mean, maybe that's just like my lack of understanding of... Did someone say it was epigenetics or whatever? I don't get it. Why is this topic so controversial? It's not. It's just that I'm getting like fucking shamed. Shame, Joel. You were a nurse. You should know everything about fucking Lucy, the fucking goat person from 10 million years ago, and all the changes that got to... Honestly, Lucy was my great-great-great-great-great-grandma. The monkey lady. She used to fling her shit everywhere. I still do that. That's the one thing that didn't change with evolution. Laughing at farts. Yet when the Earl of Manchester... Oh, wait, where did I sleep? Many a Roundhead joined the fight of the Antichrist. Okay. Many a Roundhead joined up to the fight Many a Roundhead joined up to fight the forces of the Antichrist, including a man by the name of John Graves. Graves was born in Leeds in 1618, and as the son of a prosperous merchant, he was educated at a local grammar school. Now it was here that he developed his Puritan belief system, along with a deep knowledge of Scripture, and prior to the war, he earned a living working with his father. And yet, when the Earl of Manchester declared war against the crown, John saw his chance to rid England of royal tyranny and joined a regiment on foot, or what would now be called the infantry. He distinguished himself with courage under fire, as well as his ability to maintain troop morale using nothing but shouted prayers. And then by the time the new model army was formed, Graves commanded officer personally. Joel, breeding two dogs was particular aptitudes. Having a child that shares similar aptitude would count. It's abstract and very loose at the single generation level. Yeah, no, I get it. But it all kind of like stems from the pre-existing sort of variables that you have available to you. So it's like the people that have the aptitude that you want, you have to go find them. But I mean, do we see the mutations that are desirable occur? Like what mutations do we have that can mutate into desirable adaptations that then through selective breeding create, you know, a more desired outcome? Like do you guys have examples of where the mutations occur, like in after being born or wherever, or like what exactly we're looking for there? And then by the time the new model army was formed, Graves' commanding officer personally selected him as a captain and gave him command of a newly raised company. Nicknamed the Preacher for his habit of... Well, I don't... This story is kind of... Is this just a fucking... Is this anything to do with anything? Let's see. I think like eating 500-year-old turtle might do something to a DNA. There might be something like that too. Like the Chinese believe that eating rare animals or other parts does fix organs. And they've been around a long time, right? And they're kind of... Are they turtles? Have they become turtle people? Like if you were born with 6 fingers in a mutation, if you have kids and it passes on, then it counts as evolution because, well, you had kids. It's semantics. It's only retroactive. Right, but I mean, like... I don't know. Whenever I see like mutations in the modern sense, isn't it always like to a detriment? Like, where are the positive mutations? Are there any ones that are like beneficial that like allow people to like if someone lived by the Caribbean Sea, do you think there's something that like maybe a father who has to like swim deep under the water and hold their breath for upwards of like 3 minutes, you know, do you think like his sperm or something could suddenly transfer this like memory of DNA between, you know, to the egg to then create a kid who has the ability to hold their breath for 3 minutes and 1 second? Or, you know what I mean? Or is there any, I don't know. I'm just curious, like, where are the mutations that are like positive? As far as what genes get mutated, it's kind of random. Most mutations just don't do anything. Personally, I think random mutation in a small enough population cause human chromosomes. Number 2. So you're saying it gave us Down syndrome, huh? Mutation could be heterochromia. Isn't that like eyes? We have considered statistically relevant variables like environment, genetic anomalies, all sorts of things. So you're saying that the environment itself can like have effects on the... That's what I'm curious about. Like, do we have examples of how the environment can affect the creature's actual mutations? Like, where it'll like mutate itself to like be more effective for the next generation? Because I mean, that would make the most sense, right? Because that's the general theory, is that like when you exist somewhere for such an extended period of time, 100,000 years, 300,000 years, eventually you become a more effective being for existing within that specific environment. So I'm just curious, like, where the mutations occur that are positive, specific to those variables. Intel X DNA test costs $2K. The water people in the Philippines have evolved special organs to help them underwater. Okay, so we're getting somewhere. The microplastics will turn us into credit cards, and then we can buy more things. Blue eyes, the mutation, 5 fingers in each hand is mutation, 6 fingers is dominant. 6 fingers is dominant? What? You're telling me the Nephilim giants we descended from them? The next generation might have a few seconds more holding breath, but not all the children would necessarily have equal levels of capacity because every child has random levels of inheritance. But would you say that if I wanted to give my children a better shot at some particular thing, I have to just throw myself headlong into that stimulus environment variable over and over again until I fuck up my DNA and then make a kid, and then the DNA tells, you know, the next creation to be better adapted to the thing that I threw myself into over and over again. Is that possible? Like, if I just really became a good sprinter, could I don't know. Nicknamed the Preacher for his habit of vociferous intercessions to God, contemporaries describe Captain Graves as stern but fair, physically imposing and utterly fearless in combat. Yet in the spring of 1646, just 6 weeks before the king's capture, Graves approached his commanding officer, confessed to murdering 4 of his own men, then requested he be executed by hanging. Graves' confession was a shocking one, as was his request, but after reviewing the evidence, his CO signed his death warrant, and he was hanged by the neck until dead on the 27th of April, 1646. Graves' death warrant survives until this day, and written on it are the names of his victims, all soldiers in Colonel John Bright's regiment of foot. And so it was through Bright's regimental archives that I was able to find out much, much more regarding Graves and his company. And based on the dates present on the death warrant, I discovered that the same day Captain Graves murdered his men, his company attempted to occupy a village called Barmby on the Marsh, and from what I could tell, they met with fierce they were met, maybe? You should marry a partner that has the traits you want strengthened, or just have as many kids as possible with reinforced traits to maximize chances of adequate mutation loadouts. Loadout! They're gonna have a grenade launcher in their loadout. But you're not, but you don't think just like, I mean, because if those people you said in the Philippines developed what, like additional air pockets or something like that, do we know, can we trace back to when that mutation occurred? Let me look this up, guys. This is kind of interesting. Are there people in the Philippines that have bigger air pockets for diving for fish? Yes, but it's not because they have bigger air pockets lungs. It's because some populations have evolved physiological adaptations that let them use oxygen more efficiently. The best known example is the Bajau, also called the Sama Bajau, is indigenous seafaring people who live in parts of the southern Philippines, Malaysia, and Indonesia. For centuries, they practiced breathing, breath-holding, diving to spear fish and collect shellfish. Their most remarkable adaptations are large spleens, not large lungs. Studies found their spleens are about 50% larger than those of nearby non-diving populations. During a breath hold dive, the spleen contracts and releases a reserve of oxygen-rich red blood cells into the bloodstream, effectively giving the diver an extra boost of oxygen. Researchers also found evidence of genetic changes associated with this adaptation, suggesting it developed over many generations. Lung size itself doesn't appear to be the main advantage. In fact, very large lungs can make a diver more buoyant, which means that they have to work harder to descend, blah, blah, blah. Can we trace back to which generation suddenly developed this mutation? Question marsh? Question fart? You could trace back with guesses and forensics. It's not like you will have an accurate paperwork trail and pre-DNA test centuries. Okay. For Bajau adaptation, scientists can identify roughly when the adaptation began to spread, but they cannot point to a specific generation or person who first carried the mutation. Here's why. A mutation first appears in one individual, occasionally more than one independent, though that's uncommon. That person may or may not pass it on. Most new mutations disappear within a few generations simply by chance. If the mutations provide an advantage, such as an improved breath-holding diving, it becomes more common over hundreds of thousands of generations through natural selection. And to put this into perspective, okay, I mean, do we know how adaptation works over generations to get mutations that are most beneficial? Can we pinpoint when things will attempt to change? I don't even know what I'm asking, but how do you know you don't? Oh, you're talking. Sorry, Joel, you're so funny and chill. I don't care what people say. Thank you, I appreciate that. I heard that babies aren't affected by incest as long as it's not a first cousin or closer in relationship. Okay, thank God. Mutations happen randomly. DNA is copied every time cells divide, and occasionally there is a copying error. So that's so crazy. It's just random, but it's a good random? That's so weird. It's literally just like flipping a coin, but like flipping 10,000 coins that like line up on heads. Mutation also arises from radiation, certain chemicals, and normal cellular processes. Mutations are not generated because they are needed. The environment doesn't decide which mutation to create. Most mutations are neutral or slightly harmful. A tiny fraction happen to be beneficial. Think of it like randomly changing a letter in a book. Most changes make no difference or make the sentence worse. Very occasionally, a change improves it. Selection isn't random. Once mutations exist, natural selection is a highly non-random. If a mutation helps someone survive or have more children, the mutation is more likely to spread through future generations. For the Bajau, one person may have been born with a mutation leading to a slightly larger spleen. That person could stay underwater a bit longer. that might catch more fish or dive more safely. Over generations, the descendants carry that mutation become more common. That's so fucking crazy. I mean, I understand it, but it's wild that it's like, for us as humans to get beneficial mutations, you can't force it. That's so strange. I feel like we gotta figure out how to force it. We gotta fucking throw a square block into a circle hole. Who's with me? When are you gonna get a Mrs. Joel and Baby Joel's running around in the background? I don't know, man. Hopefully soon. I feel like my eggs are drying up. Yes, that's the point, Joel. It's random and due to environment pressures and whatnot. The positive ones pile up while others die. But I feel like it's so crazy that the DNA... Like, wouldn't that be the more interesting aspect? Is if the DNA itself could, like, send signals for mutations, like send code to the next generation to have a mutation that is of this benefit, and then that would almost like indicate that the DNA itself is like of a higher intelligence. The fact that it's like so random is just, it doesn't even seem good, you know what I mean? The Mendel studies and stuff in dogs I mentioned already. I mean, you can force it, Joe. It's literally how they breed dogs. There's also things like CRISPR and adding silk production organs to goat udders. Oh, okay. Well, thank God. Thank God we figured it out already. Why do you think Elon keeps having kids with smart women? I don't really know what he's doing. Because does he even raise... I mean, I'm not trying to... I don't really care what he does, but does he even raise his kids? Like, it seems like it'd be like an impossibility to... Of course, at the same time, didn't we determine last stream that he's just like a front man for DARPA projects? So in actuality, he probably has a lot of time to raise his kids because maybe he's not really doing anything in actual. Let me warn you, a game franchise did just that, and it didn't end well. Forcing evolution virus, thanks Fallout. Okay, yeah. Basically talking about eugenics. Yeah, I mean, you know, a lot of people observe it as like terrible, which, yeah, I mean, it seems to have a history in terrible. But, I mean, I guess if you're trying to do it in some sort of benefit and nobody gets hurt, but I don't know. Started watching before my flight took off from Austin. I just landed in Nashville. You're still alive. We're going, baby. We're yammering on about nothing that we are not involved with. Don't think he does. He just wants to keep breeding to populate the world with smart offspring. I guess. But like in the similar situation with Brad Pitt, it seems like many of his children are not like big fans of him, which would indicate that maybe he just doesn't spend time with them or whatever. And from what I could tell, they were met with fierce royalist resistance. Over the 118 men that advanced on Barmby that morning, only 14 managed to escape alive, including Graves himself, his lieutenant, and a dozen pikes and handgunners. The rest lay dead or dying among Barmby the dinosaur. The rest lay dead or dying among Barmby's muddy lanes and the marshes which surrounded it. Despite inflicting 5 times the casualties upon their enemy, the company's attack had been an unmitigated disaster, and such were the extent of their wounds that 3 of these walking wounded failed to survive the night, even after being taken to a nearby field hospital. Regimental death tolls described their wounds as horrific. Some missing arms, some missing legs, and some disemboweled. But it wasn't these soldiers that Captain Graves murdered. No. It was 4 others, who, according to hospital records, had promising prognoses resulting from only light injuries. To try and further unravel the mystery of what had happened to Captain Graves's company, I began searching through Royalist archives to find out which unit had been stationed in Barmby at the time of Graves' attack. But to my surprise, there were no records whatsoever of any such Royalist companies being stationed there at all. In fact, the only reference to Barmby in any of the Royalist archives was in a letter one officer had written to another, mocking the Roundheads for not only attacking a place with no Royalist presence, but one which had been quarantined for plague. And the letter notes with disgust that the Barnby occupants were cruelly put to the sword and its buildings burned to the ground. But while its mention is the only one I could locate within Royalist archives, the letter isn't the only contemporary source which mentions Barnby on the Marsh. After looking up everything I could find which mentioned the village, I found a series of letters written between two members of the Yorkshire clergy. I learned that a church tithe collector had been dispatched to Barnby to collect contributions, but had since failed to return. Fearing the man had absconded with the tithes, the church sent a pair of bailiffs down to Barnby to track the man's movements. They returned with no collector, no tithes, and some deeply chilling news. As they approached the village, the two men broke from a section of woods and emerged onto an open field which allowed them a full and clear view of the village and its occupants. The fields were empty, but the village's narrow lanes were full of people, hundreds of them, and they appeared to be dancing. Yet, as bizarre as it might sound, the sight was not an altogether unfamiliar one for the two men, and allow me to explain why. Between the 14th and 17th centuries, there came to exist. What's my favorite British Army regiment? I guess it's probably Captain Graves' company. And the Barnbys. Barnby the Dinos. We all a little gay and autistic, that human nature. Do you think being gay and autistic is like a mutation? You know what I mean? Like it's your DNA just kind of being like, hey, maybe we try wieners this time. Hey Joel, just take things as they come and stop worrying. Your kids will be fine because they're loved and wanted, period. Okay, awesome. I don't need to do any eugenics at all. I will do my best. What's my favorite disease to contract? Oh, God. Fuck. Probably HIV, I guess, because it's so treatable now. Just kidding. Okay, Joel took edibles at some point in the stream. I wish, man. I wouldn't mind getting real fricked up. Are people who are mutated called mutts? I don't think so. I think mutts is more referring to like dogs and a dog not being purebred or whatever, or like a mixture of different breeds. Joe won't love his kids unless they're perfect athletes. That's not true. I only love them if they're perfect dancers. I think most autism is just trying to live with twins, so it might be people who feel unique. Right. Did you tell me which celebrity you thought was actually a dude? We're going to try and pull out our own gender, but we are artistic, so we ain't going to pull anyone. What are we talking about? More often than not, it's used to deny high-functioning care and deny low-functioning people agency. I guess it is kind of like spreading out the focal aspects of it. Like where, if there is like an overdiagnosis, like certain people are like basically being limited to what they're capable of because maybe their identity is being like, well, you're autistic, you really shouldn't be starting a business or something like that. But in actuality, maybe they would be like the most fitting to like start a business or something. I hope you have kids in your own one day and a happy marriage. That'd be sweet, dude. Something else to do, you know what I mean? Between the 14th and 17th centuries, there came to exist a phenomenon known as dancing mania, or as it was sometimes referred to, Saint Vitus's dance. Vitus? I don't know. Let's look it up. We don't want to get it wrong or we'll upset the clergy. The clergy. Saint Vitus. Sant Vitus. Vitus, okay, like Titus. Marry all of you. Do you think we should start a polygamous commune and just kind of see what happens? Hopefully no one will get upset at all. That's never happened before. Between the 14th and 17th centuries, there came to exist a phenomenon known as dancing mania, or as it was sometimes referred to, Saint Vitus's dance. This was a bizarre sort of choreomania that took over entire cities in medieval Europe, whereby people in their hundreds and sometimes thousands began dancing wildly and uncontrollably, and in some cases for days at a time. Some of these incidents, like the French city of Strasbourg in 1518, were started by only a handful of revelers, but the condition spread so fast that sometimes within just a day or two, the crowd of dancers swelled from dozens to literally thousands of people, and some of these people danced until they died. They collapsed from exhaustion, dehydration, or heat stroke, and since their fellow citizens were unable to stop dancing, they were also able to... Okay, so this one we're going to put at the end, towards the end. Sensory issues should be present with any legitimate case of autism. Oh, that's a good point. Yeah, there needs to be better definitions, maybe. They'd collapsed from exhaustion, dehydration, or heat stroke, and since their fellow citizens were unable to stop dancing, they were also unable to render aid. Hundreds are reported to have died this way, and the phenomenon caused such a panic that people blamed everything from curses and witchcraft to demonic possession or heavily... I don't know. This one is definitively not, this is not it. Hundreds are reported to have died this way, and the phenomenon caused such a panic that people blamed everything from curses and witchcraft to demonic possession or heavenly punishment. In modern times, these outbreaks of dancing mania are believed to have been caused by mass hysteria, which in turn was triggered by things like war weariness, famine, or even outbreaks of disease such as the Black Death. Later, the name St. Vitus dance became the common name for Sydenham's chorea, a very real medical condition which causes jerky, involuntary movements, usually following a strep infection or a bout of rheumatic fever. But as you can probably guess, that's not what... Is my cat fixed? He doesn't need fixing, he's perfect. Heavenly punishment. I should... Oh my god, I'm late. But as you can probably guess, that's not what was affecting the people of Barmby. It's also not entirely clear why Captain Graves's company was given the order to attack the village, as existing records state only that the orders were given, and not why it was given. And yet I suspected that given the nature of the afflictions suffered by the villagers, Captain Graves' reputation as a lay preacher might have singled him out for selection. I imagine that, at least in the minds of his commanding officer, Graves was sent to remind the villagers of God's word. And yet it seems that in his efforts to prepare the village for a larger garrison of Roundhead troops, Graves and his men were set upon by the frenzied villagers in a viciously violent fashion. And what followed was a massacre, not just of the 500 or so villagers that called Barmby home, but of Graves' soldiers, and without access to any military-grade weaponry, it seems the soldiers were killed using little more than household implements, farming tools, and the villagers' own bare hands. And they were eventually overcome, all 500 plus of them, but as I've already mentioned, almost 90% of Graves' men were killed or so gravely wounded that they were unable to be evacuated. And the only thing they didn't destroy was the church. And then once all other buildings had been set ablaze, the survivors of Captain Graves' company retreated to their garrison near Leeds. And regarding what I've learned about the nature of the village's strange boner in their pants. The loneliness epidemic is that some men feel lonely because dating is not a priority anymore. Women generally have network and social relationships outside of romantic relationships. Men of social networks, hence the loneliness. Yeah, I don't know, man. Sometimes I think I missed a fucking window or some shit, man. Yeah, I don't know. Sometimes I'm like, fuck, maybe I should have locked in way harder 10 years ago when I was 26 or fucking 23, you know what I mean? I don't know. I guess life is just kind of life, but life is really strange sometimes. Regarding what I've learned about the nature of the village's strange affliction, I believe we're forced to entertain a very frightening theory pertaining to Captain Graves' supposed crimes. And to me, it's quite clear that the soldiers he killed either outwardly exhibited symptoms of the mania, or he at least believed this to be so. There's no record of him mentioning anything of the plague or its symptoms during his confession, but I can think of no other reason why Graves would slaughter 4 of his own men while sparing other much more critically wounded soldiers. Part of me believes that in his request to be hanged, Graves wasn't only seeking to atone for his crimes. I think he wanted to die unblemished while his soul was still free of the devil's clutches. Now, I have no doubt in my mind that as a fanatical Puritan, Graves believed that exposure to demonic possession would put his own soul at risk. And having preferred to shed his own men's blood rather than see them overcome by unholy reverie, I think he sought to follow them into oblivion, while there was still a chance of him entering heaven as a repentant sinner. Obviously, I believe there's an entirely rational explanation for what happened to Grave and his men. Graves. The grave. The digging grave. Could you ever see yourself being a dad? Yeah, I mean, I've got, I don't even know. Well, you know what, I was hearing something the other day that, unrealized creativity is kind of just torture to one's soul, and that some of the most insufferable people ever are the ones that don't attempt or realize the potential within their own creative selves. So if you wanted to be a musician, writer, artist, whatever, what have you, if you don't do it, you end up becoming a very miserable kind of person in some strange way. And then also somewhat, sorry, I banged my mic there, also maybe hyperfixated upon is my cat throwing up? He is throwing up. Sorry, buddy. Good luck to you with the throw up. But the people become sort of more hyperfixated upon romantic relationships or whatever, but then at the same time it's they become hyperfixated on that romantic relationship type thing that they end up actually not living a really fully fulfilled relationship, because the person they're with also doesn't see them as some sort of leader perhaps, or some degree of somebody they can respect, because they are relatively aimless in their life direction. And so maybe that's overthinking it a little bit, probably is to a tad. I don't know. Do you think that theory makes some sense? Just if you don't have a purpose and you dive into these relationships, it's really just a purposeless relationship because you can't truly lead it, Men open up about struggling with loneliness and then they get chastised for it. I don't know. Everybody's been very nice to me about it, I guess. Honestly, my male friends are the nicest people ever, man. They're really good folk. You haven't seen Pradeep? He's on my Instagram story if you want to look at him. For men, respect is number one. That's what I've come to learn. Yeah. It would suck to exist in a relationship where you're not respected. I've seen what it does to some of my friends. Just how randomly the woman can just kind of be you suck, moving on. And just how much pain, basically they go through borderline PTSD experiences and such. Parthenogenesis is the answer. What's that? Let me look that up. Parthenogenesis is a natural form of asexual reproduction where an embryo grows and develops from an unfertilized egg without needing sperm. Key type. That's the answer. All right. That's what I should be looking into. Find purpose in life. A lot of relationships are so casual now. Well, I'm just thinking about, like, why the, like, I think about, like, how many partners every person has been with before they've, like, found someone, right? And just, like, how much that, like, if you think about, like, in Harry Potter, whenever Voldemort's, like, soul is broken into, like, 50 Horcruxes or whatever the fuck it is. I mean, I really don't think it's genuinely healthy for, like, people to have, like, some exorbitant number or even that many random, you know what I mean, just, like, various partners just for the sheer sake of, like, pursuing your body's desires, and it's like, it really, really does kind of, like, divide your soul in some abstract way that when you finally get into that, like, long-term relationship that you hope to be in for, I guess, the rest of your life, like, you just maybe aren't completely there, Women hate other women and men don't respect women. We can't win. Women hate other women, men don't respect women. Joel, evolution even happens with parthenogenesis, and this is essentially cloning. I guess that's probably where they do most of their, like, eugenics work, right? That's why celibacy wins, just saying. I mean, it makes sense. You feel lonely or whatever, but maybe something eventually props its head up or whatever. The rest of your life, with a prenup. So barring any argument of a soul, is there any actual logic behind that? Well, I mean, I feel like there could be some sort of scientific argument made to, like, the pair bonding concept. Like, if, you are you eventually end up with a partner that's, like, pair bonded with so many various, like, people, and you yourself included may have had, like, quite a number of them, then it's just, like, it doesn't mean that both of you can't, like, cohabitate successfully or whatever, but it's just, it might not be as, like, romantic as one seems to, like, put the weight of it on it, There's Ollie. What's up, Ollie? Obviously, I believe there's entirely rational explanations for what happened to Graves and his men, and while I understand his zealous regard for the health of his own soul, I believe it's entirely misplaced. I posit this to be yet another unfortunate misunderstanding in a war that is full of them, but I don't believe the same can be said for Captain Graves and his men, who no doubt will have believed themselves to be set upon by screaming, dancing, frenzied penal. I mean, you're psychologically meant to bond with your partner to ensure your child survives. Right. Parthenogenesis is not very conducive to eugenics. It takes longer to adapt when your offspring are essentially clones. Oh, okay. Sorry, I thought you were referencing the previous one we were talking about. Nothing is that romantic when take. Companionship is nice, but if I bumped into someone with loveliness for vibes, ditto. Right. I think people don't know how to relate to each other and dip out when there are difficulties, barring infidelity or abuse or addiction. Everyone continues blind, fatal flaws. We just have to be humble, to look at ourselves and change. Yeah, I mean, at this point, fuck. Totally forgot today was Wednesday. I almost missed my Brody. What's up, bro? I don't know, it seems like it's going off of faith and vibes and just doesn't mesh up with how I know the anatomy of sex to work, and my total lack of belief in a soul kind of blinds me to your logic flow. Oh no, that makes sense for sure. I honestly, like, the fact that we even, like, dude, the fact that we even exist in a society where we can have these sort of, like, cultural myths that somehow you're going to find someone that's going to make you happy for the rest of your life. Like, it's just so illogical, right? You know, like, just statistically, like, what the fuck? Like, statistically, like, most people will be dead by 25 just from getting a cut on their foot or some stupid shit, you know? What's up, Chris? Thank you. Thanks for listening. We're just recording tomorrow's video. But yeah, the fact that we exist in these little societies where we can kind of have some sort of romantic perspective towards reality, it's, I don't know. Nothing really is necessarily owed to us at all. I mean, any terrible amount of, like, we could just have been born in some shitty place where a bomb just went off and now our sister's cut in half and we gotta wheel them around in a barrow. I don't know. We're fortunate. We do live in a society, and we live in a pretty fucking lucky society that the people that, like our leaders, making the decisions to bomb people, they don't do it against us, I suppose. Imagine if one of us ends up marrying someone we met in this chat. I think it's happened before. I swear to God, over the years, I've had like 4 different people in here become like basically the Brady Bunch. The Brady Brunch. The Beatty Brunch. Never mind. I romanticize my life in general. I put googly eyes on everything. That is the end goal, truly. But I don't believe the same can be said for Captain Graves and his men, who no doubt will have believed themselves to be set upon by screaming, dancing, frenzied children of the devil himself. They must have killed them without mercy, and the manner in which their comrades were torn apart before their very eyes must have been... My God, I can't make it through a single mother crapping. I wonder how we thought of the term motherfucking. That's wild. Bill is the creepy story, Dr. Phil. Really, you don't deserve much of anything in life. You could have been born over in Ukraine, where we have some weird conflict going on. If you don't want to participate, you get picked up by the secret police and taken to the front lines to be stabbed by a Chinese mercenary. But that's just me. I think I'm going to go through the drive-thru at McDonald's. They must have killed them without mercy, and the manner in which their comrades were torn apart before their very eyes must have done nothing to dispel the idea that their enemies were in the service of Satan. And thus we bid our farewells to a man whose story is almost like a singular piece in a gigantic jigsaw puzzle. On its own, one might be mistaken for thinking it senseless, perhaps even confusing. But united with its kind, it helps paint a picture of a brutal civil conflict, and in a world where the devil himself was considered to be both very real and very dangerous. Unless you're Christian, then it's just a compliment. From the time I was in high school, no one believed I was a virgin. It didn't feel great, especially when I wanted to save myself, but college people said I was lying.
She's lying. She's fucked. She has fucked. I've seen her. Rah!
One more motherfucking story. I gotta bang through this shit. I gotta go to bed, bro. Holy crackers. Holy crackers and cheese, Batman. Where's the one person that likes conspiracies? Where are they here? I have a conspiracy question to ask. I think they dipped a long time ago. Why does everyone gotta go to bed? If you join the chat, you gotta stay up all fucking night. Let's Read is not to be used to fall asleep. Let's Read is to be used to keep me entertained for years. I know, hitting 500 viewers is kind of crazy. I'm dating after years of being single, and I do love the guy, but having to share my bed life with someone I'm used to, just considering myself and my 2 kids, is hard. Doesn't seem easy. That's how I feel. Like, I don't have any kids, right? And I see, like, now that I'm 36, it's like all these, like, single moms, and in my head, I'm like, I don't want to raise your kids. I'm not trying to be mean either. I'm literally not trying to be mean, but just the idea that I would go from just, like, being some random retard doing my own thing or whatever, to just, like, now I gotta fucking share my Pokemon cards. Are you nuts?
Are you fucking nuts? Are you crazy? Are you fucking crazy?
Problematic. Everyone who's problematic, I've been told, on Blue, like, if you're problematic on Blue Sky, they told me that they were going to put me in a gas chamber. That was their final solution, they said. As previously stated, if you leave the chat prematurely, you will be found, and you will have your liver tasted. That's what I've always heard from every guy ever. They don't want single moms at all. Not sure why. What do you mean, not sure why? What, like, I don't know. It's just dumb. It's like when you come off like a jerk. Like, I mean, I'm not trying to get, but I mean, like, logically, like, why? You know what I mean? Like, no, nobody really wants to, like, play somebody else's, like, saved game kind of concept. You know what I mean? Or, like, nobody really wants to take on the baggage of someone's entire other existence and then also be, like, kind of, like, financially responsible for the entire process. You know how it goes. And it's nothing to be mean about it. It's just, like, it just is what it is. I'm a single one with no kids. I have no idea. Yeah, I don't know. I've adopted Justin. Like, if I had kids of my own, I feel like logically it would make sense for me to go find somebody who also has kids. But since I don't have it, it's just like to kind of come in single dad, into some situation where you're just, like, thrust into fatherhood. It's just, it's a lot to comprehend and manage, you know what I mean? But yeah, raising and like, especially, like, I don't even know, like, there's this one girl at this, like, fucking breakfast place I go to, and it's like, she is so beautiful, dude, like, so beautiful, right? And then she's got, 2 kids with a baby daddy who she's told us before that she's, like, is on drugs, and then, like, talks about fucking just getting out of another relationship with another dude because he got, like, overwhelmed because she totaled his fucking car. You know what I mean? It's just like, and there's still, like, a part of me, it's like, baby daddy with meth habit, and she fucking can't drive and destroys your shit, and you have to pay for her little shitters. She does have a huge white girl butt. Oh, yeah. All right. I'll do it. I'll take one for the team. I have to save her. I don't know, man. It's a fucking weird world, man. Imagine an old married woman who tells him that she has a kid and he meets the kid and it's Will Ferrell. Yeah, she has a kid and it's a 60-year-old man. Guys, I think I might actually date an 85-year-old woman and raise her almost retired adult sons. What's my cup size? I'm gonna have to give it a nice little squeeze until milk comes out. I adopted my son and no problem with the baggage that it came with, and I just jumped in that bayou and went with the current. I have no disrespect for it at all, and I was one of those kids as well, you know what I mean? Like, my mother had some kids and she was able to meet my stepdad, who's a kick-ass human being. He's my father. He raised me. He's the greatest dude in the world. Infinitely thankful for him. But that being said, no fucking clue why he did that. Like, you know what I mean? Looking back on it, like, I was the only good one out of all three of the boys, you know? I was the only one that listened to anything while they would just, like, fucking fight and get in trouble at school and just do stupid fucking bullshit all the time, go to jail, whatever. And, like, why he stuck around, I have no idea. I'm very thankful for it, but I myself could never do it, you know what I mean? Also, I would not want to deal with the drama that commonly comes with, yeah, this is crazy. Yeah, I'm like, sucker. Now you gotta buy me Mountain Dew and Pokemon Blue and a translucent Game Boy. And then he's like, can you take out the trash?
What? The fucking trash? What am I, a slave? Am I nothing to you, mother? Mother, tell this man to stop.
My name's Jane, and I work at the National Archives here in the UK. Now, we're home to the largest collection of First World War diaries in the world, and since 2018, the 100th anniversary of the war's end, we've been busy digitizing the archives and ensuring the soldiers' words outlive the materials they were written on. However, while working with the diaries in the 1916 era... Do my parents seem like they're in love? Yeah, they really look out for each other. It seems like they're like each other's bestest buddies, but like, you know, it doesn't mean they don't have their, you know, quarrels and shit. But the fact, you know what I mean? They like, if the definition of love is just sticking with each other for the long haul, then they're doing it, you know. I respect them. But obviously anybody's gonna have their like little back and forths whenever you fucking live together for the
Rest of your life.
But no, I think about like one of my friends, and like he came from like, you know, he's got his 2 kids, and then he met a girl and she's got like a son, and it's just like, it just blows my mind. Like, she doesn't work, or when she gets a job she quits them, and then she bitches at him because he tries to discipline the son and like doesn't, like, she, oh my god, like there's so many infinite red flags with her that it just like blows my mind. That's like, it's like she wants to be a stay-at-home mom while he's like making next to no money anyways, but like she's not really doing anything around the house either. So it's just like, it's weird to me that some people just want to be weighted hand and foot in a weird parasitic way, but then they don't see like if you're coming from like another relationship, you kind of like owe it to the other person to kind of like carry your own shit, you know what I mean? To like do your own thing and be an independent person that like helps around, because at that point, like, this isn't fucking Disney princess shit anymore. Like, this is fucking real life where you guys like literally have to be a team. Sometimes I see people doing things I don't think I could, and I'm like, am I a bad person? Some people are just on another level than I am in many ways, and that's okay. That's totally fine, yeah. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. Can you please upload 3 times to Saturn Soul a month? The next episode on Saturn Soul will be longer. It's going to be a combo episode of like a particular topic, so that should be interesting, I think. Does she take care of his kids? I mean, she seems like abstractly always like, I don't know, she's very immature and strange, like just so many fucking weird things with her. And then my buddy's like so ready to just like be done with it, but I don't know, he just like doesn't have the backbone, I guess, to like just fucking kick her out. It's just, I don't know, it's such a weird circumstance. I have no fucking clue. However, while working with diaries from the 1916 Eris Vimy sector, my team uncovered a particularly striking personal account belonging to a Lance Corporal Edward Wilson of the Royal... How old is she? She's 40. They're both in their 40s. I don't know, man. Fusiliers, okay. Royal Fusiliers. Speaking of relationships, what do you make of cheaters? Because I know one gal cheating on her husband, Mississippi. It's just sad, man. It's like, if you don't want to be with someone, just don't be with them. Don't cheat on them. The cheating shit just like fucks people forever, you know? It just forever makes them lose trust and makes them hate themselves and just all sorts of terrible. And it could result in the person dying too, because they could be vengeful. Is she gorgeous? She is not gorgeous. That's the weirdest part to me. She's not gorgeous. She has like all these red flags. She's like much more agreeable than the last person he was with, married to or whatever, but it's just like, I don't know. Can't really wrap my head around it. I'm like, they must have killed somebody together or something like that to be, I don't know. However, while working with diaries from the 1916 Eris vimisector, my team uncovered a particularly striking personal account belonging to a Lance Corporal Edward Wilson of the Royal Fusiliers. And to say his account is striking would be quite the understatement. On a personal level, and having read thousands of harrowing accounts, Wilson's diary stands out as one of the most visceral and disturbing I've ever come across. It also includes testimony that has puzzled historians ever since, and while being of great interest to your audience, I believe you can present it in a fashion which pays tribute to the memories of the fallen rather than exploit them. And so with that in mind, may I present a transcribed selection of his entries, delicately edited for the purposes of clarity and legibility, which offer an unflinching glimpse into the horrors of the Western Front. Yours sincerely, Jane Giuseppe. Does Joel have mommy issues? I don't think so. My mom's pretty fucking cool. Probably one of the nicest people in the world if you ever met her. I do think how like fortunate I am to have like a nice mom. I've seen people with shitty moms and it's just like, holy fuck, what the fuck's going on over there? Gillespie. This kind of reminded me, what do you think of my coworker who divorced his wife, who he has 2 kids with, and almost immediately started a relationship with our 22-year-old coworker? Just letting lust ruin his world, I suppose. You know, it's fucked. Yeah, life is so strange, right? You know? Just sad. I don't even know. Like, what is the end goal? I don't know. To just like spread your jizz as far and wide as possible? I'm not sure. For our next episode on Let's Read, Joel talks about his friends' marriages. Yeah, probably. I'm kind of a gossip. I apologize for that. Joel's mom is the only reason I'm here. She told him to be nice to me and stop throwing me off cliffs. Joel, stop killing him. But he keeps coming back. Yours sincerely, Jane Gillespie. 12th October 1916. They've got us in Gangrene Alley, not far from Albert. All we do is wait, and I hate waiting. The guns keep firing and men complain, but I prefer it to the quiet. Jerry's been acting right strange for a week now. We hear them at night, but it doesn't sound like the usual sentries or work parties. Sergeant Lowe said that they might be mining, but I've been on the listening post twice now this week, and sometimes it sounds like they're arguing amongst themselves. The lads are jumpy, rumors of a big push coming. I keep my head down and try to keep my spirits up, but my feet are just about rotten from all the damp. 15th October 1916. It rained all day again. Gangrene Alley is almost shin deep. Jerry was making noise last night, so we set up a flare about 2 in the morning and caught movement in the forward trench. They were running back and forth shouting, possibly in preparation for a dawn attack, so our artillery put a few rounds over just in case. Usually they answer with their own guns quickly enough, but this time there was no reply. Very strange. 18th October 1916. Quiet day. No one likes the quiet ones. They mean something's about to happen, and Jerry's quite clearly up to something. Their line looked half abandoned at dawn, Sandbags shifted, wire uncut in places. We think they're pulling back for a counterattack someplace else, but we can't be sure. On last night's patrol, one of the younger lads said that he saw a rat the size of a terrier skittering off towards German lines. We see more than the odd rat, but they're not that big. The lads laughed at him and said it was his mind playing tricks, but to me, he doesn't seem the type to tell tall tales. 20th October... That's crazy. 1916 to 2016. How far things have changed in 100 years. Can you imagine 100 years from now? What the fuck's even life gonna be like at all? It's giving Ethan Slater leaving his high school sweetheart and newborn baby for Ariana only for her to break up with him. Rip. It's giving AIDS. "20th October 1916. Something's definitely wrong with Jerry. At last night, we heard the most god-awful noises. We stood for an hour expecting an attack that never came, listening to the screams from across no man's land. We heard shots too, though none aimed at us. At dawn, we could see Jerry moving about in their trench. It sounded like they were digging. Dead quiet after that until mid-morning when the shelling started up again from our side. Some of the lads are saying it's mutiny, and that we could take their trench if we attacked, but for now, we carry on waiting." 22nd October 1916. It happened. Just after Stand 2 at 4:30, the sentry raised the alarm. German attack incoming. It was a ragged mob, maybe 30 or 40. We gave them hell. Lewis guns, rifles, bombs, the lot. Some fell early, others kept coming. But when I looked down my sights at this poor bugger, he wasn't even holding a weapon. None of them were. We didn't hear them shouting, "Comrade, comrade," in English until Sergeant Lowe called ceasefire, and by then, most of them were cut down. It made for a terrible sight. The man carrying the white flag was one of the first to die, and in the morning haze, no one had seen it. Only 6 of them survived. Me and 4 others went out with a covering party to bring them in, all in a dreadful state. They looked half mad with torn uniforms and wild eyes. One had bites all over his hands and face, and they kept pointing back at their own trenches and saying things we didn't understand. The medical officer patched them up as best he could, and now they're being questioned. 23rd October 1916. Spent the day on fatigues but couldn't stop thinking about those Germans. Another lad managed to speak to one through an interpreter, and what he told us has left the whole dugout quiet. He said about a month before we arrived at the front that they'd been digging to expand their ammunition bunker when a soldier found something like an old toy animal or carved out of... Which kind of guy leaves his wife for a 20-year-old coworker? Yeah, it doesn't sound very nice. Do you deliberately try to be a voice with no face? I've legit been listening to you for years and I have no idea how you look. You can take a guessy. Probably a big spooky stinky man. Someone you wouldn't want to meet in a dark alley. Because I would ask you for change and then it'd be really annoying. You should have gone to Streamer U. I know. Kai Sinat would have taught me how to like, oh man, what would he teach? He'd probably teach like how to suture wounds. Joel is the MF Doom of creepy stories. You must see his face. I mean, I guess all of them are, right? Most of them don't show their face. Mr. Joel, I haven't made it to a stream in a fat minute. Welcome, Fork. Firk. What was the very inappropriate thing you told your friend's mom? My friend's mom? Very inappropriate thing I told my friend's mom? My friend's mom. A very inappropriate thing I told my friend's mom. Was this like a new thing I said, or I said something before about this? I don't know what you're talking about. Joe's hair, eyes, vocal cords on a person being. This diary sounds exactly like my mom used to talk. Lad, right bad night. She was the best and I miss her. Yeah, maybe he's like Irish or some shite. Talking to and wasted and pay for the booze before and we even met. It was yesterday. What do you mean yesterday? I didn't stream yesterday. Oh. Well, I mean, Ollie, I would rather not. I don't know, wait. Not discuss those things. He said about a month before we arrived at the front that they'd been digging to expand their ammunition bunker when a soldier found something like an old toy animal carved out of wood and packed deep in the soil. They tried it out as best they could, then tried using it for firewood, but the thing wouldn't burn. And then after that, the trench rats started to behave differently. They stopped running away when threatened, then at night, the birthday canceled. Guess you're not turning 10 this year, huh? They stopped running away when threatened, and then at night, they bite little chunks out of men as they slept, and soldiers would wake up screaming to find their fingers or toes bleeding. They set traps, poisoned bait, and shot them by the dozen, but more showed up, bigger ones. At one point, one of their runners took a piece of shrapnel and was dragged back paralyzed from the waist down. It must have been a grim wound, but their MO thought that he had a chance of getting the feeling in his legs back, and so the next morning, when it looked like they were moving under his blanket, they were pleased as punch. The runner woke up confused, but when his comrades pulled back the blanket, they saw that it wasn't his legs they were moving. Hey, Fork, welcome to the Buttersock Cult. You now have access to bonus content. Thank you, thank you. The runner woke up confused, but when his comrades pulled back the blanket, they saw it wasn't his legs that were moving, but rather the big, fat, blood-soaked rats that had been feasting on paralyzed flesh. The corporal crossed himself 3 times telling this story, but it didn't stop there. Bigger rats started appearing, all deformed like the ones you see near the matchworks. Some had extra limbs or 2 heads, others were blind and hairless with milky eyes and honed in on the soldiers using the sounds of their screams. The Germans said that on the night before their surrender, the rats seemed to swarm the whole trench, and in the morning, the survivors broke and ran towards us, preferring British bullets to the things that they were hoping to escape. We thought that those men were mad at first, but we've all seen the shell-shocked, and this is not that. 24th October 1916. More details are leaking out now. Another prisoner confirmed the mutated rats, said one was the size of a small dog with a snout like a pig. He said the ground itself seemed to move at night. Tunnels would collapse, new holes would appear. Their chaplain had called it the work of the devil before he himself disappeared. The men are scared and they've come to our trench too. Sergeant Lowe said that that's impossible, that they're too far away. But last time I was on watch, I happened across a big one that hissed at me, like a cat would. I've never seen that before. The captain didn't report any of it up the chain, probably put down as enemy morale collapse due to sustained artillery, but we know different. 25th October 1916. It's gone quiet again. We've reinforced our wire and doubled the listening posts, and everyone's still nervous. The captured Germans have been taken rearward. Your credit card has 666 on the back. Uh-oh. Ruh-roh. Oh my god, I gotta go to bed. Chuck E. Cheese has games and pizza as long as they don't come alive, and if they do, I need Nicolas Cage. It's so past your bedtime, sorry I have to do this to you, buddy, but you have to report your lack of adherence to your curfew to them. To they, them. To the they, them mafia. No, you cannot read in solitary or stare at a wall. You made it 200 likes. Thank you, Pink Kitty. God bless you. And all of your pink. It's gone quiet again. We've reinforced our wire and doubled the listening post, but everyone is still nervous. The captured Germans have been taken... What's this saying? What is this fucking term? Rearward. Oh my god, I'm an idiot. Rearward. Say that a million times in a row. After drinking a fifth of vodka. The captured Germans have been taken rearward. One of them grabbed my sleeve before he went and said, "Sie haben Hunger." They are hungry. Now, I can't get the look in my eyes out of my mind, and I can't get the look in his eyes out of my mind, and I keep checking my boots before I sleep. Maybe the land is really cursed. We buried so many here, British, French, and German. Maybe as the rats ate what remained of them, they ate their anger too. God help us if they ever turn on us the way that they turned on Jerry. 28th October, 1916. Relieved at last. The new battalion moving up gave us funny looks when we warned them about the rats. I pray they don't learn the way that the Germans did. If I don't make it home, perhaps someone will read this and understand that not every horror on the Western Front came from German guns. Some came from below, and I still hear the screams in my sleep. When the pizza isn't eaten from another table, they recycle it, I've heard. As they should. As they should. Guys, guess what? We're done. We are so dunsies. We're so back. We're so snack. Guys, before we go, first off, crazy numbers tonight. I hope they're authentic. They're quite random. We got up to over 500 people. That's sick. We're back. We're so back, baby. We're back to the old ways of things. Thank fucking God it's over. Exactly. But think of something funny for me to say, guys, at the end here. And get this out of the way. Hey, friends. Thanks for listening. Click that notification bell to be alerted of all future narrations. I release new videos every Monday and Thursday at 9 p.m. Eastern Time, and there are super fun live streams on Sunday and Wednesday nights. If you get a story, be sure to submit them over at my email, letsreadsubmissions@gmail.com, and you might even hear your story featured on the next video. And if you want to support me even more, grab early access to all future narrations and bonus content over on Patreon, or click that big join button to hear about the extra perks for members of the channel. And check out the Let's Read podcast, where you can hear all of these stories in big compilations located anywhere you listen to podcasts. I also have a true crime channel called Saturn Soul. All links are in the description below. Thanks so much, friends, and I'll see you again soon. Oh shit, I have to decide if I want to put a Saturn Soul promo in here for tomorrow. Let me read this. We'll get this in one go. In a quiet Texas town, Aaron Caffey seemed to be living an ordinary teenage life, but behind closed doors, growing tensions and hidden influences were quietly reshaping everything around her. When the silence finally broke, it left behind a case that challenged assumptions about family, trust, and just how quickly an ordinary life can descend into something unimaginable. Listen to the full story over on my true crime channel, Saturn Soul, link down below. Oh my god, I'm so fucking good. I'm so fucking good. Okay. Guys, thank you so much for hanging out with me. Everyone who's new here, welcome. Well, yeah, we didn't do a remember thing. Fuck. Sorry. What are we remembering again? Recycle Piz is the best pizza. Recycle pizza. Okay. Yeah. Strange. Sleep in the nights. Yeah, there we go. Yeah. Thanks so much, friends. And remember, sleep in the night soil. Okay. Beautiful. I gotta go to bed. Love you guys. Appreciate you. Gonna get this up over on Patreon. It's only $1 a month over there for early access. And there's new bonus content out for all the other tiers as well. So check out that. It's on the channel. It's over on Patreon. All that good stuff. Follow me on Instagram at letsread.official to be kept up to date when I go live. I'll keep you posted on my story over there when I'm going up. So thanks so much for joining, guys. Love and appreciate you. I'll have this up on YouTube tonight, 9 p.m. EST. Stay tuned. It's going to be a good one. Otherwise, friends, have fun, and we'll see you soon. Goodbye.